Okay, I think we're pretty much good to go, and hopefully my audio is actually correct for once. Yeah. Let's give that a go. There we are. Yay. And I've just realised the screencast keys has died again. Turn on. There we go. It keeps resetting every time. There we go. That'll be nice enough. But hello everyone. Hope you're all having a lovely night. Or day, or morning, or whatever it is. My leap motion! I have no hands. Give me a second. Give me hands. Give me hands. VC face, please. I wish to have hands. Yes! Hands. Give me this back. It's a dragon in my chat? Never. It's not allowed. No dragons in my chat. Just realized this microphone is now in my way. Move you there. Look, you can kind of see where my microphone is by my hands. Now that I've joined your Discord server. Yay! Welcome, I hope you think. No, don't leave, Viper. You know, everybody's welcome. Even fellow dragons, who are my rivals and will be defeated. So, starting off with the stream today. We've got our base model here again, right? I had a few requests, literally like two, well, a few, I had like two. People who were just like asking about the base model and like the process. So I just want to kind of go up, before we go into the stream with Neo, I just realized my head's like slightly off. Give me a second, because I'm looking straight right now and it's like, there we go. So yeah, so we want to go over the model a bit, just to kind of explain stuff. You see a Doug? You do see a Doug. Hi. What if Cade was a girl? I wonder. Kind of. I'm not gonna lie, Viper. One thing I did genuinely. I've just realized this is off as well. There we go. One thing I was thinking of doing was dressing Cade up, this model, as like a drag queen, and then going like all full on drag, because just have a bit of fun with it. Where's the box? You've got to save for the box. You got to save the points with capital. But no, anyways, maid outfits, drag queens. Let's yeah, and be like, hey, I want to do something. So first of all, I'm just going to go over the base model. I just want to explain a few things. It might only take like 10-15 minutes or so, but I just want to explain what my process is for making this base model, just to kind of clarify it, because obviously not everybody wants to watch a 4-hour VOD. So,
nice one, my
oh, thank you for the follow there, Lucy. I'm a kid. I'm a 3D artist, mostly for VR Chat and Blender, VC Face and such, which is this thing here. Hi, welcome. If you have any questions about 3D, feel free to ask. But otherwise, I hope you're having a lovely day. Get out the way, masks. I have so many just like surgical masks on my desk now. You'd think I'm a doctor. Just call you Lou. Okay, hello, Lou. Lou. But yeah, so base mesh. Right. Sorry, chat. For a second, I'm just gonna ignore you. You're no longer gonna be talked to. I just want to explain this in a nice, clear, concise-ish way. So, when it comes to making this base mesh, I generally start with the torso first. I actually start down with the pelvis first and then model upwards. Some partners having a laugh. Yeah, so we start with the pelvis and then we model upwards. I then generally set out. You can kind of see the edge here and an edge here. We basically model out the torso first. Then from the torso, we actually pull down the legs. The legs come down, and then they actually come down again. Now, with the legs, I actually slice it in half here, and the foot actually comes from the bottom of the legs. This is just how I do it. This is just generally how I kind of prefer the legs to be, but that's a personal preference. You can actually still have the legs come out at the back, which would be this part here, but that is something I generally avoid. I generally pull it out. And then from this method, you can actually already get the 4 toes right out from it, so they're actually really easy to make. Don't pull your toes out right from this point. Let's make this easier to see. You want to actually extrude another set of faces first, just to give you a bit of room to play around with and make sure that the bends are working right. So there's that. After the legs, I actually model the arms next, and you'll notice I actually leave the head to last. The head is one of the last things I actually like modeling. But we model the arms out. Arms are fairly simple. I've just realized though, in the base model, that once pulled back a bit. There we go. Arms are just pull out and pull out. Generally, I'll model the hands semi-separately, which again on the VOD you'll see that, and this will all be covered properly in the tutorial. This is just me going over the basics of like my process, why I think this way. And one thing that I do mention a lot is that a lot of the time I'll try and just have 8 vertexes making up the majority of the round, like going around it. Now I think there's actually a bit more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, still just 8. Because you can get away with making a circle out of 8. The head is generally just pulled up. It's a box that's then extruded outwards from the snoot, and it's actually extruded outwards again for the side of the face. Quite simple. Tail is literally just extruded from the butt, and it's pulled across there. And I know that's, like I say, it's not... without doing it again and showing it for 4 hours, it's quite hard to explain all of the things that go into it. Of course, it is on that VOD, but once again, will be in a proper tutorial. That is just the basis of how this all clicks into place. Torso first, from the pelvis, model upwards. Get that shape in place first, then model the legs downwards. Important thing whenever you're working on a base mesh and when you're early on is to try and keep it as simple as possible. Don't overdo your edges. Don't just add edges willy-nilly because you want, oh, well, this bit doesn't look that round. I want to make it look a little smoother. At the early stage, your model will actually look quite rough and brutal. But that's what you want. You want rough and brutal because unless you're only making one very specific character, if you want to make quite a few, or you want to make adjustments, or you want to do what I do, generally that's the process. Now, yeah, so that's me pretty much covering this base model. Yeah. Neck, very simple. Again, you want to keep this as simple as possible, and you will make adjustments per character. Like, so obviously some characters are different. Female, like if you're doing a female character, pretty much the only difference is that this part will be extruded out a few times, and then you'll just shape obviously breasts and stuff out of that. Not beautiful, but yeah, it's your base model, or a base model wants to be as simple as possible. And even if you are making a kind of very unique character, I'd still stick by the basics of keep it simple at the start and only add definition when you need it. When you feel like what the edges you've currently got don't work, you then need to add more. Unfortunately, and this is one problem whenever it comes to tutorials, there's no one true way of making a model, right? The way I make it is completely different to how somebody else would make it. And the process, it's an art at the end of the day. It's quite hard to tutorialize an actual art form. Thankfully, the base model is a fairly robust process, at least the way that I've made them, that they are kind of made with recipes. But yeah, start with the pelvis, extrude up. You then get to the chest, split the chest in half, split your torso down the center, and then add a few loops here just so that you can start extruding a leg down. Extrude a leg down, extrude a leg down, slice the leg, pull this part down, add another bit, and then extrude your toes out. Come back up to here, make sure you've got 8 vertexes around this part of the chest model, pull out to about the shoulder point, pull out again to this point here, and add some edges there just to kind of give yourself a bit of shape. Generally model the hands separately, but if you want to the topology of a hand, that's what I've currently got. Doesn't mean this is the best one, but this is what my current hand setup looks like. Head, like I say, head is the last thing. We pull the neck up, we then pull the center of the head. This goes right to the top. You then slice the head in half, pull the snoot out, grab the side of this cube bit and pull that out from the side, and generally just smoothing it all down. And again, I know that's very rough, but that is the process. It doesn't matter exactly how you do it, that's just the way that I do it. And hi, Nate Browser. Nice to see you again. Hope you're having a lovely day. So, we are back on to our main boy, who has... I've just realised something, chat. So, you know the other day when I was saving images, guess who forgot to save the physical floof, which was a separate texture? That would be me. Yay. So I might have to work on that bit again just quite quickly. But I did try and do all the fancy schmancy stuff yesterday, didn't I? Didn't kind of work. And to be honest, when I was... I watched my VODs back. I actually do go through my VODs, and I realized why this was acting strange. Yesterday when we were gradiating it, this part here and this part here specifically were adding extra edges to it. And you know how I was trying to be like, I'll do it my old-fashioned lazy way and all that sort of stuff? That was actually what was causing that. And what we want to do is actually pretty damn simple. And I'm actually going to hide the body and the eyes, unless we just want the eyes to kind of float there menacingly. All we want to do is slice these in half. That was it. That was my issue. So I just want to grab all of these edges here, and I'm just going to slice the floof in half. To grab edges, if you don't know, by the way, it's just simply... Oh, wait a sec. Is the screen cap keys? Come on. There we go. So to grab these edges, all I'm doing is actually holding Shift and Alt. Is it? Yeah, I'm just holding Shift and Alt, because Shift means that if I'm selecting something, it selects more than just the one. Like, I can click these and it'll do that, but if I don't have Shift held, I can click that and it'll go. If I hold Shift and Alt, it'll select edges. So that's how I'm very quickly selecting these edges, if you don't know, because I know a couple of people didn't know that part. So, not only am I going to be doing these a bit more properly, it should hopefully stop that horrible line effect from happening. Doesn't matter exactly how I cut these in half. Now, this should... Well, it should have mirrored, but it didn't, because of course it's Blender. But yeah, that was my own fault. I've just... Hang on. Oops. There we go. Let's grab the front side of it. Bump, 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 and then bump. So, we're actually repainting part of this. And I didn't realize this until starting this stream, so yay. Hiding a body. Yes, like, I am hiding the body dies horribly. I still love your name. Your name is great. Grab that edge. Grab this edge. Grab this edge. Grab this edge. Grab this edge. Yeah, and this should generally just give us a lot nicer unwrap. It will make the unwrap heavier, but in all honesty, I think for the floof, because of the way... Oh! Ural! Oh, Ural! No! You two... Oh, say thank you to... So, Drakenstark, Rainhead, Turpid Pumpkin, Haze the Fifth, and Orbity Fox say thank you to Ural. You are a legend. Mad lad. Thank you for that. That is absolutely more than kind, Ural. But thank you. Oh, by the way, if you're not already, give me a second to divert the stream a second. Because that is too kind. If you don't already, please do go and check out Ural's work. Ural is another 3D artist like me. Please go and check out his Twitter. It is over 18, so if you're a minor, don't. But he is, yeah, he's a modeler. Thank you very much for that, Ural. Very... Jesse! Trying to be nice to Euro, but yeah. There you go. Costs only once. Oh, yeah, because Twitch has implemented the new, like, local pricing thing, hasn't it? It's great. It means more people can sub. Give me your subs. No, you don't have to sub, but, like... Honestly, though, you're still kind of you. Very kind. In fact, people even want to give me anything just for, like, you know, doing what I do anyways. There you go. Have a paw camera, because I know you'll enjoy that as well. There you go. Mega paw. But just, yeah. It's like, I'm loving this. I like teaching people and showing people everything as well. Like, it's just nice, you know. Grab you, and grab you. I actually want to unify you into just one bit. I'm gonna look for something to throw at you again. No. Use them free bobs. Oh my, Lou! Lou! 6. Oh, Lou. Ah! You're all great. Oh, you're all wonderful. Who knows where I'll be in 6 months? I'll be the biggest stream. Will I finally, in 6 months' time, beat? Hey. There we go. Rude. Rude. Oh, ooh, did not want to do that. I wanted to. Me! Tail! Ah! Tail. Tail. Mr. Oh, chat. Chat, we've been over this. We've been over this. Chat! Am I safe to unwrap? Chat? Think I'm good. Think I'm good.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Ah! There we go. Yay! Freedom. You're not making me angry, that thing. Hi, Trash Dropper. Welcome. Welcome. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist. I mostly work in Blender for VR chat, VC Face, and other such things. Well, if you have any questions about 3D art, feel free to ask. But hello. Welcome. Nice to have you here. You managed to create more than a torso. Modeling the toes. Toes are quite... So if you want to have a look for reference... Toes aren't actually that difficult. If you're doing them in the style that I do them, it is literally just... I mean, I don't even use 8 vertexes on it. I just use 6 on this model. And it's just simply that. If I actually turn it off so that we can see what we're looking at properly... That's all we're actually looking at. So one thing I do is you can see there, I kind of keep this as a nice sort of circle here, scaling the top a little bit. The inside bit goes a bit thicker, and yeah, generally just that. If you're wondering, by the way, why is the blue on these toes now when there wasn't on this? And that's just simply because the UV map is affected by the subdivision. Because I painted it on the subdivision model, it'll use the subdivision's UV map while still leaving this as a subsurf. It is quite useful, but it is something to be aware of, because obviously if you take it low poly again, it means that some parts of your map, especially around the seams, will be like that. Claws are separate objects, as are beans. Now, beans you can do 2 ways. I used to actually do them with...
Nice one, my furry friend.
I used to actually do them with the model. But now I actually do them separately, and it just gives me a bit more control. It means that I don't have to have as much control on there.
Friend.
Thank you, both Manage Me and Observer888. Thank you. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist, mostly for VR chat and VC Face. Welcome. If you have any questions just like you're seeing in the chat right now, feel free to ask.
Nice one, my furry friend.
And to you as well, Gordroxen. Welcome. I hope you are all having a lovely day. Teal. Teal. I know what you're onto now. You're donating bits so you can get more things to throw at me, aren't you? That's what this is for. Give you a wave. Hi, Red Links. Hello. Hope you're having a lovely day too. Beans. Hands. Hands behave. Hands. So yeah, we are going to eventually get onto the Furcards. I just need to actually need to actually sort out the floof. So that's now sorted like that. No, not again. Not again. Calm down, chat. Think of it this way: if you save your posture check, I actually need to sit properly. If you save your stuff, you can throw it all at once. So be careful and save for when I am a bad dragon. So let's go to our UV editor and see. So yeah, it's actually saved some of the old. Well, obviously it would have saved the old UV maps, but what I want to do now is I'm going to unwrap it again, and this time we should have a bit of a cleaner unwrap. It should be a little things. I say ooh. So yeah, UVs are satanic. Well, yeah, of course I said. The stream is marked as mature for a reason. I'm 27 years old. I'm allowed to say things. So let's actually get on with what I'm actually meant to be doing rather than just thinking. So texture paint. Done. Actually want to make these the right color. Grab use. And make sure my bleed is correct. Tool. Don't want my bleed to be too low. It isn't. And we want to go for... It was this color, wasn't it? No, it was this blue. That was it. Because now... No, it isn't. It's this blue. I don't only want this bit. Oh yeah, because it'll only select half now because we've got islands on both sides. So twice as many clicks. Oh no. Yeah, that was the one. And now, this time, because I've actually unwrapped it properly, so it might have been a good thing that that actually failed, because now I actually get to do it all properly. Oops. I don't want the greeny color, actually. Get rid of that. No, Blender, please. There we go. There we are. Right, that's that bit sorted. So let's give this a go this time. Right, grab you. Grab you, grab you, grab you, grab you, grab you. And I know it's only grabbed half, but what I can do is cheat and just do that. There we go. Ha ha ha. Let me cheat. So, hi Kate, do you have a motion capture costume? So, what this is controlled by a thing called leap motion. This basically just tracks from... There's a little black box on my desk which just is shooting IV light upwards. And all it's doing is it's just seeing where my hands are and applying it to the model. It's not actually that complex. They're about £90, or your regional equivalent. They're actually pretty fun to use. Yeah. And the same age as my brother. You're only one, Jesse Cloudport? Did you come out of a... like little kid just... Gaga goo goo 3D modern. Oh my gosh, that's a quick development. Not calling you a baby, by the way. See, that works so much nicer this time. Although I've got the colours the wrong way around. Because that actually wants to be there. Can we just... Yes, we can. There we go. It's almost like when we UV unwrap this properly, it actually does a better job. There we go. Grab all of that. And pretty much just do the same thing on it again. Hey. Do you know all that time I spent yesterday, like, really trying to hand paint all these and get them all working nicely? It's almost like I could have made this a lot easier for myself. Don't want that much green. There we go. Grab use. I feel like there's not as much green on the back of this one. That's nicer. There we go. There we go. Right, and on the top as well. Wait a second, did you just call me a baby? I mean, if you're 1 year old, technically yes. Easy? Who does easy? It's because I think I'm just was so set in my old ways yesterday when I'm like, even though I know there's a better way to do something, I was like, I'm gonna do it another way though. Even though it makes it harder for myself. Now these ones are still my... Oh, wait a sec. No, that's actually a much darker... That's that blue, isn't it? Which then means that this blue wants to be that blue. There we go. My gosh, so much simpler. Although I still want a bit more blue to that, actually. Looks fine from the back, but the front... Let's grab you specifically, and let's just do each one individually. Yeah, because I want more blue on that bit there. There we go. A bit more blue on that bit there. There we are. That's looking nicer. There we go. Maybe not that much blue. There we go. Boom! That's looking a lot nicer. Oh, wait. Oh, bugger. Go back, because I somehow messed up at some point. There we go. I know what I did. I know. What? Why am I... Just... There. You know when I keep saying I'm not a smart man? Do you reckon I'm trying to lie when I'm saying that such? Just because I'm 1 year old doesn't mean... Oh, I won't call you a baby anymore, Jesse. I'll call you Jesse. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Studied 3D. So, 3D I have a very interesting experience with. I did go to university, and I did... at first, I learned a lot of stuff myself. Then I went to university, and I learned nothing. Like, you know, my university basically taught me nothing about 3D. And for literally about a year, I've spoke about this before, but for about a year, I actually got quite down and didn't really make much because I didn't learn anything. And then I eventually just started learning myself again, and now I'm happy, and I would like to think I know a little bit more about 3D stuff now. But most of this is just me practicing, making mistakes, and such. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to save this texture because I forgot to do it yesterday, and there we go. Okay, so what I want to do before I start adding the Furcards is actually getting this rig sorted out properly. Because right now, he is rigged, and it does work, but he's a bit rough in areas. For example, the hands are probably a little rough. For example, if I grab these... For one thing, the beans don't work. Now, we actually leave a lot of the things that are separate till we've actually sorted out this weight painting. Because we're going to be doing a thing called mesh data transfer, which is where we essentially copy the weight painting from one mesh to another. It's not perfect, but it's great for things that are skin tight. And, I mean, you can kind of describe beans as being skin tight. Ural, stop. Thank you. Enjoy using beans on chat. for another 6 months. You legend. Good things my fingers are made of rubber. Exactly, but there's certain things like, for example, when we come to make a jacket, because this character will have a jacket, mesh data transfer will be quite limited in what it can do. But for anything like a shirt, pants, thigh-high socks are really easy to add to characters, mesh data transfer is perfect for. We'll also be using it on the floof, funnily enough. Maybe not this floof, actually, because that actually... Oh, no, this one will have it. Oh, no, it won't. That'll just be weighted 100% to the head. Never mind. Ignore me. It's almost like I don't know what I'm talking about. So, I just need to kind of go over the rig. And I'm gonna... So we've just spent all this time on those beautiful textures. We don't want to be seeing them right now. Whenever you're working on weight painting, to be honest, let's get rid of you, because you're no longer needed. Be gone! There we go. Our base mesh is gone, and I'm pretty sure we're done with the anatomy thing. That can be left in the scene. So when it comes to the weight painting, there's one reason why we want to be in this view instead of the textured view. And that is because if I now go to weight painting mode, and I try and paint, let's turn that off. That's red. You can see how, even though there's weight painting stuff happening, I can barely see it because of the textures. So if I actually turn that texture off, let's not go to rendered mode. That's exactly not what I'm trying to do. I get a much better idea of what the actual heat map is doing. It's hard for me to study Blender by myself, so... Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand. Like, a lot of the guys... That's something I don't think about. You know what I actually had on one of my YouTube tutorials the other day? And it is something that I would look to do long term, which is that they asked for me to put subtitles on of different languages. And in all honesty, I thought that is actually a really good idea, but my gosh... Putting subtitles on a video, even those short ones, takes quite a while. So to do it on a full tutorial would take quite a long time, as well as localization and making sure it's all sorted. But I would love to do that eventually and actually have the tutorials in... Like, I can't speak multiple languages. The only language I can speak is a bit of it, like mostly English and like the tiniest, and I am meaning the tiniest amount of German. I can't even converse with it. I just can kind of understand and grasp certain sentences, and that's about as far as I go with that. That is something I would like to do long term. Yeah, like I say, it's something that I would like to do, and I would, but obviously that's going to be quite expensive, so I'd need to be in a much better financial position, because obviously if I'm paying people to put subtitles on my videos, unless they want to volunteer to do it, which I wouldn't expect from anyone, because writing subtitles is not fun. I will put it that way. That's why the VODs don't have them on, but any proper video that goes on my channel, I am dedicated to putting subtitles on. It takes a long time, but I will do it because I know it helps people. And I do have an accent, so I've got to be aware of that. So... We're in the weight painting point now. So if you've ever wondered, like, this is one thing that kind of confuses a lot of people. What does weight painting do? So weight painting is wherever this color is, for example. I mean, the arm's a perfect one to show. So weight painting, this bone here will be, wherever it's red, this bone will have 100% influence over it. So what that means is that this part, if this bone rotates 30 degrees up, not the head as well. And for now, I'm actually going to turn off the subdivision because it's going to absolutely tank the computer. There we go. So whatever this red part means is that will affect it 100%. And you can see as it gets closer to, like, as it blends from red to yellow to green to blue, as this rotates, these bits will rotate less with it. And honestly, pretty much that's as simple as it gets. Red can't change from its original shape or something. It can. For example, this part here, you can see how this is slightly into this red here, right? We've got a very subtle bit here. So if I move this arm here, it's very slight, but it will move that a little bit. But what it'll do is it'll go, Blender's very smart this way. This is something that old 3D programs never used to deal with really well, and you had to be very careful with your weight paint. Now, you can pretty much just splash it on and it'll be fine. This is weighted to 1 to this. This is weighted to 0.1 to this. So if this moves, that will move about 10% of what it normally would. Explaining the maths is kind of, it's all percentile based, but yeah, it's kind of, it'll move less if multiple things are painted. You know what, I'm going to save this model because I want to explain this better and actually show you what it does, because weight painting is very misunderstood. It's not difficult. I know that's easy for me to say, but it is simple once you understand what it's doing. So, this part of the arm's red. I'm going to now go and ruin this and paint all of this red too. There we go. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous weight painting there. So this bit's red. This bit's also red. If this arm moves, you'll notice this part, which isn't red at all from this side, moves pretty much 100%. But you can still see that this is fighting. It's not moving quite as much. Literally, that'll be moving 50% less than before. Oh, I meant to be hydrating. Give me one moment. Let me explain this, please. I have a... Please, Nick. Yeah, this is horrible. Don't actually rig the shoulder like this. This is literally just a demonstration. But yeah. So So if it's red, it can still be influenced by other areas. But generally, you want stuff to beat things. No, Nick. Nick. No. No. Please. Ha! No. No. Okay. Come on. Come on. Yes. Yes. Ah. No. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to protect one side. One side. Please. No, it's coming from the other side now. Haha. Are you out of ammo? You're out of ammunition, chat. Right. So yeah. Let's get rid of that. Pardon me. Oh, I just realized why it was lagging a lot, actually. I do need this subsurf on. Let me check something. Yeah, I need the subsurf on, so it might... I think I'm at the point where I can't realistically do this with this subdivision on, because I don't have a CPU that's absolutely impressive. So, we are finally at the point where we apply the modifiers. Boom! We have our proper character. Now, we are currently at 40,000 tries, which is actually not too bad. It means by the time we add the coat, we'll probably be at about 10,000 things. I've been saving. That's for the mines. No. You're stuck in there, and you're going to enjoy it. You are the only person in my chat legally required to be in my chat at all times when I'm streaming, Nick. You know this. You understand this. Oh, not texture paint. It's white paint I want. So, now we won't lag because it's not trying to calculate the subdivision surface. Excellent. I can actually work properly now. So, with the elbow, we kind of actually want... We want a sharp point here, like this. This is what I'm actually trying to get, funnily enough, and it's actually working quite nicely. We want a sharp point here because we actually want it to clip a little bit. Because if you do this in real life, if you go and bend your arm like this, if you actually look at the point, where's my other hand? There's my other hand. If you actually look at this point, it doesn't clip, it actually squishes, right? But we can't realistically do that without adding a load of drivers, without adding a load of special bones and doing funny stuff. So what we do instead is we just simply clip it. Like I say, in real life, this would actually squish out a bit more. And if you really want to, you can put the drivers on to do that. But again, when we're working with VR chat, consider it is VR chat. On the back, I don't mind it being a little smoother. Some people, and to be honest, let's see how this looks. Make this side a little heavier. Just so that when this moves, that arm tries to keep a bit more of its shape. And actually, I do quite like that. Yeah, I am actually quite liking that. Great. And just smooth it out a bit. Yeah, I quite like that, actually. Smooth that out a bit as well, because it's a bit manky. There we go. And yeah, so that should now clip in. Perfect. Blur this bit in as well. Get smooth. Sorted. The hand is an area that will have a lot of problems because the automatic weight painting doesn't do a great job on it. One thing I want to do is subtract, and I want to. Your wrist is quite a hard joint. If you move your hand, I mean, obviously with the VC face thing here, it's trying to do an IK, so it's actually moving my elbow with it. But if you just move your hand back and forward, you'll notice it's quite a harsh angle. Like where your actual hand is here, and then on the bottom of the wrist, it loses it because of course you can't see it. Come on, Leap Motion, you can do this. Yeah, on the bottom of it, when you're bending it like that, and on the top, you'll notice it's quite a hard thing. Do you use a tablet and pen? I do not. This is actually me just using a mouse. Now, you can use a tablet and pen for this, and you will get actually pen pressure. These buttons here on Blender, they're actually for pen pressure. Personally, I just find it's easier using a mouse. But if you want to use a tablet, you can. So that's quite a harsh joint, so we don't want this part of the arm moving that much with it. That is okay, but this is pulling a bit too much. So I just want to pull this back a little bit. One thing I'll tend to do as well is just I will give them a little bit of a blur as well, just to make sure that the edge isn't quite as sharp. Because while it is a sharp edge, we don't want it to look sharp. Like, for example, this bit here looks quite sharp, so I'm just going to slightly pull that back. Do I need another... Maybe need another edge, actually. Yeah, I could do with another edge. Need one there and one there. Because now that should blur a little nicer. Yeah, that's a lot nicer. So now we can get rid of this edge. There we go. I think that actually needs pulled back a bit. Yeah, the bone itself. Let me check. Yep, sweet. Yeah, I want to pull it back just a little bit more. There we go. White paint. Right. What I need to do now is I need to add a bit more weight to the hand, because the hand I actually want a lot of control over. The automatic weight painting does not like that. The only bit that doesn't need it is around the thumb, because obviously we want the thumb to move a bit of the thumb. Is it? There you go. This is the quality tutorial that you come for. We want the thumb to move a bit of the thumb. It's brilliant explanations, I swear. Hello, I am Professor Cade. I'm going to teach you the 3Ds. I mean, to be fair, I'll teach you better than some of my professors. Shit. Ah, Viper. I've caught a pie with my horn. Okay, I'll save that for later. Did you just happen to drop that Viper? There we go. I actually want just a little bit more there. There we go. Only issue is I don't want it to pull this bit back as much. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a bit more weight to this edge here. Ooh, bit too much. Because I want this to kind of like snap it. Why is that not working? That's not working. I mean, technically I could rise that up a bit, but... I think I went too far. I think that's what it is. I don't want to go that far with it. Yeah. If we blur that out a little. Obviously your hand can't actually come back this far, so that's a bit excessive, but I just want it to be... that doesn't look good either. What if? I don't normally like having as harsh an edge as this, but... And that's better. It's not perfect, but it is better. Give it a little bit of a blur. There we go.
Yeah, I've noticed.
It's another case of where if it's doing that, I want it to clip a little more. Now we've got to deal with the other side, but the other side is usually easier because it's usually already acts fairly okay. Although I think we're going to have to go the same... Oh, the same route. Grab that, pull it back a little. That, pull it back a bit. Ooh, there's a nasty bit here. Ooh, hang on. Oh, it's because it's the thumb, isn't it? And this. There we go. Let's draw a lot more influence onto the thumb and subtract it away from the hand because it doesn't want to be there. There we go. So it is quite harsh. What's that face doing? No, just... Oh yeah. Just move my hand. Yeah, it needs a bit more blurred on the bottom. Just been a bit too aggressive with it, I think. There we go. Posture check. It's not the easiest thing to sit on this chair because it's a bit all over the place. I ordered my new chair as well, chat, so I've got a new one coming on the way. I did end up going for that Secret Labs one just because a friend of mine has one and says, like, because they've got a very similar body type to me, they said it actually does work quite nicely for them. So I'm kind of like sticking with it. So fingers are normally done okay. The only thing with the fingers is they normally come a bit too far on the influence on the hand, on the top part. They kind of move it a little too much. Though, to be honest, I think that just needs a bit more extra on this side on this one. Be a bit aggressive with it at the start, because we can pull it back. Because we do want a little bit of motion on it, but just... yeah. That's actually not too bad. Okay. Fair enough, Blender. Now, the palm of the hand, however... how's this looking? Yeah, that's way too much movement on the palm. this back out. It's better, but I'm gonna... Sorry, but big on beans because I want to focus on what I'm doing. Not texture paint. We will have to come to texture paint the hands though. Okay, so one thing with the weight paint mode, I just want to one thing I want to do. Oh, my hand's doing the reverse thing again. There we go. One thing I want to do with the hands is make sure that they're bending quite nicely, because if they don't bend properly, it really shows. Hands, I would say, probably one of the places where if something's wrong, it is very noticeable. But what I was going to say is, if I go into weight paint mode now, you'll notice I can't actually select on any of these bones. And the way I'd actually have to go through it is by clicking on these. Which is all well and fine, but it means you need to know the exact name of what the bone is that you're doing with. You're off, Ravi? No worries, have a thing. What will happen if you spot, like, my posture, I'll just start going into T-pose. Just become the ultimate pose. But, yeah. So what you want to do if you're going into weight paint mode is actually select the rig that you're working with first. Hold shift and click onto the rig, onto the model itself. And then when you go to weight paint mode, we can go around and actually just click on the bones, and then that'll automatically select the vertex groups. Quick little tip, but very, very useful. Let's move that out of the way, because I just want to subtract a lot from these fingers. Not from the top, just from the side. One thing I'm going to do while I'm here is add the weight back onto here. And blur. I don't want that to be pulling quite as much. That's better. I mean, you can pull a little bit, just so there's a little bit of motion there when this thumb does move in and out, but not so much that it like rips the thumb completely off. So, oh, it's not blur I want, it's subtract for the time being, just because I want to remove a little bit of the influence a bit further on. Just realized I missed a bit there. There we go. And pull that around there as well. And so now, still want to blur it in, I just want you to pull it back a little bit, just so that when these fingers bend, they're not bending the palm as much. And that, right, okay, so let's have a look and grab you. But actually, grab B. Grab. That to me looks a bit better. Sweet. Right, go on to you because you're going to need a bit of blurring. And our thumb looks relatively fine. Just want to smoothen this all out. What I might want to do, actually.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Just want to think. Oh, hello, Jamie452. Hi, welcome. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist. I mostly do things for VR chat and VC Face, which is what you see using here. Welcome. Hope you're having a lovely day. And if you have any questions about the 3D process or anything that I'm working on currently, please feel free to ask. Or don't. Or I'll banned for asking questions. Terrible. You can imagine that. Kid, so what are you doing here? Banned! How dare you question my artistic integrity? This is democracy manifest. There we go. I'm just colouring in the ends of these fingers as well, because if you notice the claw's fully red, but the bit around it isn't. If that moves, it means that the claws will kind of drag across, whereas if they've got a bit of red around them, it means that they'll kind of stick into place on the actual mesh itself. Just makes it look a little more accurate. That one's relatively fine. I don't think that one actually... No, that one's fine. And that one's fine. About our thumb. Thumb is also fine. Sweet. Just these ones that need a little bit more persuasion. Sweet. Ah, just blurred it all out. Well done, kid. Bring it all in just to take it all back out again. Gave it all, but then you removed it. There we go. Fingies. Right, next part is a part I absolutely despise, which is the shoulder. Genuinely, really do not like doing the shoulder. So this part and this part are arguably the two worst parts to work on. Now, because of the way I've modelled it, it's not too bad, but you'll see here we have a thing that I've nicknamed pinching. I don't know what the proper name is for it, but I don't like it when it does this pinch. And what I want to do... There we go. So just... It will pinch at some point, because of course we're moving it with just one bone. We don't have any twist bones or anything like that. There's nothing to pull this shoulder up, so it will pinch at a point. This is the main reason, by the way, why I've modeled this character in T pose as opposed to A pose. If this character was in A pose, when it comes to do this pinch, when it comes to your topology, your topology would look a little different if it was modeled in A pose. Generally, you give the shoulders a lot more topo than you would with this what this model's got here. For example, if I go to where we at here in wireframe, you'll see how there's not actually too much in the way of a shoulder here. Normally, if you've got, like, say, an animation model, you'd actually want to put quite a bit of detail on the shoulder. Now, Cade, the model I'm using here, is actually modeled in A pose. He has more detail on his shoulder. But even with VC face, you'll see one thing that this kind of does when you don't have twist bones. Can you see how there's, like, a big sort of, like, jump in where the neck meets on the body to the shoulder to the actual arm itself, and how there's quite a big gap there? That's mainly because I don't have any drivers that can bring up the shoulder with it. So because we've got a lack of data, and if you have a lot of topology in here, when this arm moves up, it's basically got a lot more edges to crunch against. So by modeling in T-pose and keeping the shoulders relatively basic, it doesn't avoid it, because we still have a bit of crunch there. But even then, you lift your arm up, and if you put your... Where's my hand? There you go. If you lift your arm up and you put your other hand... My leap motion's having a field day here because my hands are so far apart. If you put your hand there, you'll kind of feel that it lifts it up anyways. A lot of when I'm modeling, a lot of when I'm doing this weight paint and stuff, I'm actually recreating the exact motion I'm doing here to kind of get a feel for how it should look. So to me, that is fairly fine. There's a discrepancy as well between how... It's wrong hand. Come on, reset. There we go. There's a discrepancy between how VR chat uses the shoulder bones and the arm bones compared to how VC face and VRM file formats use it. VR chat really likes just using these three bones as your IK. So if I go here and if you give me a second, I'll show you something. So VC face, what I'm using here, will act like this, where it's using all of those bones in the chain. It's using all four, if you see. This line here tags back to this bit here. So this is how VC face will work, and you can kind of see, why is it grabbing the wrong hand? Look at the thumb. Look at the thumb. There it is. You can kind of see this with when I'm moving Cade, how it's actually moving a lot of the shoulder as well. VR chat.
Nice one, my
Gonna quickly break
friend.
my rig. Alt disconnect bone. VR chat, on the other hand, is more like this. It links it to the thing. It doesn't not move the shoulder bone at all. It doesn't completely ignore this bone. But the way it's set, it doesn't use it as much. It's not like a one-to-one like it is in VC face. So you've got to bear in mind that this pinch here is way more important than it normally is, because if we're moving the other bone again, so if I go back, I reconnect that bone and then move it again. If we've got the shoulder bone moving as well, you'll notice that pinch isn't going to happen as much because it's moving the shoulder as it probably should. So it's not a 100% solution. I'm not going to say this is the best way, this will never break it. Why are you not resetting? Thank you. There we go. It's not a perfect solution. Realistically, like I say, if you're doing an animation rig, you would want extra bones in here. You would want shape keys that are drivers that would basically adjust this shoulder when you've got more topology here to actually fit it properly. Also, if you're wondering how I'm moving the model with an IK rig without having it, it's literally there's an auto IK built into Blender. It is not great because it doesn't have a target for the shoulder, but it is perfect for things like what I'm just doing here. I just want to get quick motion, and when I want to get quick motion, and I want to see how it's acting. How's the back acting as well? That's actually kind of all right. Is there a way to reset pose in weight paint mode? Yeah, there is. So if I'm gonna pretty much break him a little bit. There we go. So let's say we're in weight paint mode. That's up there. That's down there. Like. You broke it completely, okay? I'm just going to turn this wireframe off because I don't actually want to see it most of the time while I'm weight painting. So I'm now in weight painting mode. Like, oh no, I've got the pose here. If you just press A, that'll select every bone. And if you press Alt and then R, G, or S, it'll revert those back to their default state. So if I now press Alt G, Alt R, he is now returned to how he should be. And this works for scale as well. Let's say I grab his head and there we go. Perfect. Bobblehead mode. Bom, 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 bom. But I don't want that anymore. If I now just hit Alt and S, it reverts any of those changes that I've made. And that works in weight paint mode and in pose mode. Things that are set. So there are a few settings as well. There are a few settings as well that do become missing with when you're in weight paint mode as opposed to when you're actually in pose mode. While you can see from the bones that they're glowing blue, they are actually currently set into pose mode. You don't blend the way Blender sees it is you're not actually working with the rig, you're working with the mesh. So in this option bit here, it gives you these options. So if I grab this bone and press G, I can move that about. And it's got the auto IK on. I don't want that auto IK on. So what you've got to actually do is come out of weight paint mode, select this as your primary, take it back to pose mode, and then we get our pose options again. So now if I want to, I can turn that off. So it's no longer using the IK on the rig. Boom. Hope that answers the question. If there's anything else, feel free to ask. So I actually think, because I almost planned this base mesh out from scratch and did it again because I now know the improvements from my old rig. Boom. Oh, Xavier as well.
Nice
I don't know if I said hello. Welcome.
Friend.
And to you too, Birdie87. Welcome. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist. I mostly do VR chat and VC face models and such. Welcome. If you have any questions about the process, feel free to ask. But otherwise, welcome. So, One thing we're going to have to weight paint a lot is this area here. Now, this area here, these 3 bones, these are the most important bones in VR chat models. There is no, like, a lot of every bone matters, but some bones matter more than others. And in this case, these are the ones. The main thing we want to do here is make sure that the butt doesn't get lost whenever you move it. Because, for example, right now, if I rotate this leg, we're losing a lot of the butt. This entire bit is squishing horribly. This bit's just, it's not pleasant. Oh, there was a save my work as well there from Jamie. Thank you very much. And, you know, generally this needs a lot of cleaning up. Best way is to grab both bones and give them a rotate. You can see that is not very nice. Now, this part of the model, Blender gets pretty well because it's a very simple tube. I mean, think of the torso is pretty much just a tube. The neck is usually done all right, but the head we usually have issues with. The head usually isn't perfect. Viper, mean. Anything that's a tube, like the tail, I pretty much won't need to touch because the all weight painting will have pretty much done a good job already. Same with the legs. Now the feet, I will probably have to make some adjustments with. Oh, and there is one part of the leg we do need to change, which is this part up here. I just realized this leg bone feels a bit low. That should be about there, actually. Yeah, so let's sort the legs out, because the legs are actually really easy to do. Weight paint. So I'm going to grab you. And basically, as before, just want to kind of add a bit more weight and a bit more influence to the parts of the body that should be there. Because again, anything that kind of squishes, you find the teeth are like the only ones left to stick. Yeah, because we're going to have to sort the head out. Now the head, I don't actually tend to do with weight painting entirely. I actually do the bit of the old-fashioned vertex groups, but we'll come to why I actually do that in a second. So I just want that to be a bit more, because I don't want that to squish. Again, I kind of want it to come in a little bit, because for the back of the leg, that's fine. But I want it to kind of clip in. And it's doing that all right. The only other thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a bit, I think I actually already did this, but I just want to add a bit more influence to the knee, because the knee generally, it prefers to stick to the upper leg, not the lower leg. Now, some people will model this bone, and maybe you'll be unsure as to why it's like this, because some people will model this bone here, and if you're doing this for animation, I would probably recommend that. But we're doing this for VR chat. So why do I put it down here? Personally, this is a personal choice. It will still work there. There is nothing that will stop it from working there. But I prefer it to be here simply because this rig, when you're in full body tracking, you get 6 points of tracking. You get 1 on the head, 2 on the hands, 1 on the waist, and 2 on the feet. Now, if your rig is like so, and your tracker comes here, sometimes I feel that tracker doesn't know exactly which bone you're doing, because with VR chat, it guesses where the bone is. Now in Steam VR, you can tell it exactly which control, which sensor is which thing. Which for most of the VR games, you actually have to set up yourself. For Neos, you have to do that. For Live, you have to do that and actually say which tracker is exactly which one it is, and put it in the right orientation, have it facing forwards. VR chat just guesses. It's really good to be simple that way, but you do lose a bit of the accuracy, and it doesn't kind of always get what you want. So why is the bones like this? It's essentially just to make sure when the automatic tracking captures it captures the right bone. But yeah. Oh, Albert Fox. I know, Ural's great, isn't he? He's absolutely lovely for donating those subs. What a guy. But yeah. So that's why that's like that. Again, what I would say is if you're making your own model, Give it a test. See what you want to do. See what works for you. Some will have it like even there, just so it has a bit more of that shape. Personally, this part of the foot won't really bend that much. This part here. Even if you're animating it, it doesn't really bend a lot. Normally that'll stay quite static. I mean, think of your own foot. Stretch your leg out now under your desk or wherever you are, and lift your foot up and down, up and down, up and down. Leonidas! Oh. Thank you. Thank you for the gifted sub to another Fox guy. Another Fox guy. I hope you enjoy that if you're in the chat. But either way, yes. Leonidas. Oh. But like, yeah, stick your leggy out real far. Move your foot up and down. How much motion in angle do you reckon you actually get out of that? Because your foot is this. This is your foot. This is the ball of the foot, and then this. Now, I cheat a little bit, and this is stylistic. This isn't actually how it should be. This should actually be at a much higher angle, but I kind of like having them more planted on the ground, if that makes sense. But if you're going for more realistic animal feet, these would actually come up with a bit of a lower angle. And again, this is done in a way so that I can move the foot a little better. And the foot's actually not too bad to start off with, if I'm being honest. Hello, Nasty Sosak. Hi, Bean. Stay awesome. Bye, Bean. Yeah, you need to... You're giving me so much, Leonidas. I really appreciate it. But, like, yeah, make sure you're doing all right. So, yeah, that is kind of why I'm doing... Again, I've done this for a while. So I kind of get that. So what I'm just going to do here is I'm just going to remove a bit more from the back of the foot. Just a little bit more. That's okay. I just, you know, I care about people, and I just do what I'm doing. So yeah. But I do really appreciate it, Leonidas. I really do. And there we go. That's cleaned that back bit of the foot up, so it doesn't completely compress in quite as badly as it was before. But yeah, very stylistic. Not right. Do not take that as an anatomy lesson. This is not how you model feet properly. If you're going for like that sort of semi-realistic style, definitely not gonna work for that. But who wants realism? I mean, realism is good in certain aspects. You might be questioning as well, why is this bone here when this bone is also here? Because this is the foot and this is the toe bone. Mostly, VR chat, it doesn't do a very good job at Teal. Thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, I'm going to have to make sure I've got a bits emote, because some of you are going wild. But yeah, the VR chat will try and use a toe bone to kind of like actually animate the toes separately of the foot. The foot is primarily here as like you'll notice these are disconnected. That's because the foot is primarily here for the tracking purposes. Oh, again, this is why the auto AK isn't exactly the best, but you can kind of see there. Bump, bump. And people say VR chat IK is bad. There we go. Bum, bum. Run! Alt G, Alt R, boom, sorted. I'm still not sure on the back of that leg. I feel like I actually need a bit more weight on the... Yeah, I want more weight on this bit. Weight paint. Yeah, there we go. There we go, that's a bit better. Actually, make sure you're actually staying. Stay strong. There we go. Yeah, that's better. That's one aggressive stomp. Exactly. If you can't stomp powerfully, bomb, 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 bomb. There you go. Right. So pretty much that's most of the legs done. Now you could go through and properly paint every single toe, but Usually weight painting gets them pretty alright. And at the end of the day, unless you're doing this for animation, this will be perfectly adequate toe movement. No one's going to look at that and be like, oh wow, your toes, they don't move accurately. My immersion has been ruined and my day in VR chat is over. Because apparently toes are the things that speak now. But VR chat will ignore these bones anyways. These bones are all extra bones. The only bone that VR chat will care about is this one. And all this one does is control these bones. That is it. That is literally it. Boop, boop. Yeah, sweet. So, crotch is going to need a lot of work. And this, I'm not going to lie, I've not mastered crotches. Epic! Every time. I've not mastered the crotch yet. Because it is quite a difficult thing to get right. Because if you get it looking too wrong, you get a bit of a bulge. And you don't always want a massive bulge being shown down the crotch. For what you would guess correctly is a very important thing not to have. I've not mastered the crotch yet. Oh, I realize how that can sound. Ooh. I want X mirror on for this part. Yeah, I need X mirror on because... bugger. Oh, no, it's not X mirror. It's so there's two mirrors when it comes to Blender. There's two types of mirrors that we're... Where's my hand? There's my hand. Two types of mirrors that we're going to be dealing with. There is the actual X mirror. Now, we want X mirror on if we're on any bones like this. I got something in my throat there. Give me a second. Yeah, someone got caught in my throat. Yeah. Dragon chokes on stream. And this time it's not his own hands trying to do it. Yeah. There we go. So we've got two different types of X mirror. This X mirror is for things like here. So that if I put down a bit of weight there, it mirrors it. Temporary break is hard chokes on hair. Just so yeah, that X mirror and that mirror there and that mirror there are actually the exact same thing. If I actually hit this drop down menu, we get the same bits here as we do up here. But generally, I like having this open while I'm working so I can see exactly which one I'm on. Because this doesn't show you if you're on vertex groups or not. If I click vertex group X, if I now put a bit of red up here, because we've got this mirror on, it's mirrored it across both sides, but it will have also mirrored it onto this leg, because this leg is named left leg.L. This one's named leg.R. So Blender knows this is the exact opposite vertex group to this one, because that's why we name them .L and .R. It's so Blender internally knows exactly which one's which. Okay, so that's great. What if we don't want to mirror on the actual model itself? Well, we can turn this X mirror off, but keep vertex group X on. So now if I press this bit up here, it doesn't mirror it on that side. But if I click here, it does mirror it across the vertex groups. Why do I mention that? Because it's the place I make the most mistakes with. Simply put. Turn that off, vertex mirror on while I'm working on the leg. Now if I blur over that, it should... Yep. Should do this. Now you can use your blur to kind of find areas that are not the same and just go over the whole thing. Push. And same here. Boom. Oh, vertex mirror. Oh yeah, because it's, yeah, it recognizes it. Squish, squimsh, squimsh. There we go. That bit's usually fine. Like I say, it's just... Oh. There we go. So when this pulls up, that's already sorted. Just by adding a bit more weight to that bit there, it's already sorted a few of the issues out. Now the legs are never gonna be perfect. That will save me hours of troubleshooting. Ah! I know I said the legs wouldn't be perfect, Fennec, but it's okay. It's not that bad. But but yeah, the crotch again is one of the hardest parts to get right. Right, I am gonna show Twitch this is art and this is troubleshooting, so don't ban me for this. But I'm gonna do what I used to do, which is by literally coloring it in as hot pants, right? What does this mean? Well, watch, this will actually work now, chat, and I'll be like, oh, okay, that actually was the right way. Oh, yeah, it's because these legs are further down. Because I followed somebody else's advice. It's almost like my rig's got a lot better over the years. I'm going to break this model a second.
Furry friend.
I used to put these here, because if you think where your pelvis bone actually is, your legs don't actually extend from right at the bottom, they actually extend from here. But if I've got these bones where they kind of should be, grab that there, grab that there, kind of get like, yeah, it breaks this part of the crotch. And I won't lie, that can be kind of noticeable. That's actually not too bad though. Chat, I'm like trying to show you how to break it and then I actually solve it. Oh, thank you, Red Furry Cat Line. Welcome. I'm Cade. I'm where's my other hand? There it is. I'm a furry 3D artist, mostly working with VR chat and VC face. Welcome. If you have any questions at all, please feel free to ask. You know what, chat? I'm actually kind of liking that. I'm not even gonna lie. I just think, and you know what? I love it. Don't you love it? I'm trying to show you what not to do, and then this actually works. So was my old method right all along? If this actually works, I'll be incredibly... Oh, there is one thing that I do need to do, and that is to add the butt to the pelvis. And that just gives us a bit more control over that butt. It's important to see it without... See how that butt now squishes? That's what we wanted. We wanted butt squish. That, I am not going to lie, actually works not too bad. The main thing I just want is that when the character sits down, there isn't like a massive bulge. Which there isn't. I feel like this just needs to be a little bit more in this direction. I mean, not that much. Just a little bit more. So obviously this is a masculine one. And by altering where this weight pattern goes, I get that this is obviously focusing a bit more on like stereotypical anatomy, but that is the how much of an angle this is at can give the illusion of whether it's a male body or a female body. Doesn't mean you have to stick as a hard or fast rule to either of them, because if it was a female body, generally, I'd kind of angle this at a much higher angle. But again, it depends on what you want to go for. I'm not going to be like one of those artists where it's like, and women are like this, because like it doesn't matter. It just depends on like what you're going for, what style you want. It's just generally one's more masculine and one's a bit more feminine. It doesn't mean that they're male. You get the point, right? Because at the end of the day, your body don't control what gender you are. Bosh, bosh, bosh. What about both? Just like things. Is this stream going to be things? So every stream that covers Neo's model specifically will be uploaded to YouTube. Just so that if anybody is interested, they can watch a whole hands. They can watch the whole section of the whole process, sorry, of one model being made. I don't know if I'll upload the VODs to every single character that I ever make, but for Neo specifically, because it's being made right from the start as a cube, I feel like it's a good example of my process of going through a model. Kid has leveled up his crotch game. Like, yes. That actually works quite nicely. Now, we will still... Oh, wait a sec. Then again, you're not really going to go into this position. That actually works so nice. What the hell? I mean, the topology is better again, but, you know... I think it's just because it's quite smooth. Well, yeah. Me trying to show chat what's wrong, why this doesn't work. Blender. Oh, we're going to make this work this time. It's going to look really nice. And it's going to look better than most of your old models. Most people worry about streaming, right? Because they're worried about, like, making mistakes and such. Meanwhile, Blender to me is like, haha, time to show you how to do things the right way. So the head. Now, you might notice that the head is a little bit more complicated than the rest of the body. I wonder why that is. But he's got a powerful jawline, I've just realized. But he does have a powerful jawline. Now, you might be wondering, this head is really complicated. And if I move the eyes... Beautiful. So... We don't even really things. I see some models including a constraint for the book. Yeah, like there are. You can add bones. Don't get me wrong. You can add bones, and I've done that in the past. What's my hand doing? Hand, come back. Come back to me, hand. There we are. Where's my other hand? There we go. So, but physics. It is time. Come on, class. Put your notebooks down. Get your sketchbooks out and your pencils. We are going to be talking about the most important thing in history, butts. So, butts you can add a bone to if you really want to. You can even make this jiggle about if you really want to. For certain characters, they will have weights on the butts. If we were to add butt bones, now I'm not doing it on this character because, to be fair, the butt isn't really that extreme. But obviously on some characters, the butt would be more. Essentially, what I've just done on this bone here, where I've just painted this in red, you'd simply just add two bones. One's a control bone, which would mostly just be there just to, if you wanted to add any animations onto the butt, because some people would want to do that. And then you have a bone that moves up and down, which would just be your jiggle physics, right? You can add that, and that is a good way to control the butt. The butt. Me personally, I don't really feel. You add butt physics, and unless the model is going a certain way, I don't really see it as necessary. I'll usually control it from more at the pelvis than anything else, because the pelvis is there, it's ready. And as you can see, again, I don't have any bones there, but I still get butt control. Like, this butt still acts a bit more as it would. It clenches up when the legs go backwards. And when the legs go forwards, it flattens out. So you can add bones there. That's not a problem at all. But it's whether you need them or not. Ask yourself, does this model need them? Do you want them? Personally, like I say, I don't find that they add that much to a character for the amount of effort it takes to set them up. But obviously some people will. It's like anything with art, there is no right or wrong way. It doesn't really matter. It's just what makes you happy. If you enjoy it, if you like how it acts, you do it that way. But there you go. There's your daily lesson on butts. I hope you've enjoyed it. Very informative. Can only imagine what new imagine coming into this stream while I'm talking about like how to weight paint butts. I mean, I was just talking about the crotch in great detail, but there's a difference. So this is the thing when it comes to art. There is a major difference, right? When you're talking about nudity in an artistic sense compared to as an adult sense, right? I've been to life drawing classes. I've been to quite a few of them. Some with male models, some with female models. And when you're there, when you're looking at a model who is nude, it is a different experience when you're actually looking at it to draw them, to create from that, to work with nudity in that sense. It's actually really relaxing and it's quite nice to just look at a human body. And I don't know, there's something about drawing it with a person there that is a really just enjoyable experience. That it is, and I'm not talking about like it doesn't do anything sexually. It doesn't make you feel that way. It is just purely nice. Then there's the other way, which I won't go into detail with, but you know what I mean. But when I'm modeling like this, when I'm doing this part of the character, this to me feels a lot closer to life drawing than it does to any other type of nudity. I mean, at the end of the day, this is artistic, and I'm making a lot of artistic choices and just like things with this. There is the nice way and a nice way. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean. So the other thing I want to check is this torso. So I do want to slightly subtract here. And just blur it back out a little bit. I just want to add just a little bit more weight. Not much more. Just around here. And especially on the shoulder pads, actually. It's just around here. But yeah, if you ever are interested in art and you ever get the chance to go to a life drawing session, I know the first time you do it, it is very you feel very nervous about it. Because obviously, like, oh, I hope I don't, like, react badly or do something like that. But it's nice. And the models are usually really nice as well. It's nice to chat to them after it all and be like, here's what we drew. And it's like, nice seeing the reaction. It's a nice experience. I definitely recommend giving life drawing a go if the opportunity ever arises and you want to do art.
Yeah.
Like, I would love to do it a bit more now, but it's hard to find actual, like, actual life sessions and stuff. There we go. It's just to give us a bit more over that arm. I feel like the arm, actually, these arm bones feel a little closer in than they probably should be. Yeah, they are. I'm going to pull that out just a little bit more. That's better. Then it keeps his bulky stature. Yes, there we are. Bulky boy. Bulky boy. I really regret not taking one in college. Yeah, like I say, you don't want to at first because again it's weird, and obviously you've got all the social implications and such. But it is just worth it. No, I can't raise that up, can I? What I actually need to do, I actually need to grab this, X mirror it. Actually, just want to bring this down ever. I don't really want it affecting this part.
For me, it's just like a snap off, but then not really, and not like, if you want it.
There we go. It's just a slight alteration, just to make this work a little nicer. There we go. Right, okay. But his neck look a lot longer now. That looks actually a lot better. Because his neck was a little stout before, actually, when you think about it. And like I said, this is one of the things about 3D model that I love. There's never... It's not like drawing where you get to this point and, like, that's it. That's all you can do with the model. It is done. There's no more adjustments to be made. With this, it's like we can continually just move it and budge it and change it. And that texture will still be fine. Like, if I go back to the texture, it won't have changed that. It'll just move stuff about a bit. Kate should make a Patreon only lessons to make I have wondered about, I know you're joking there, but I have wondered about doing like Patreon tutorial sessions, but at the same time I'm like, if I want to do tutorial sessions, in all honesty, I feel like the best way for me to do that would be to just get on a Discord call with one person and go over something with a person individually. I really want to do that. I don't ever want to come across as like, I know everything about 3D, I am glorious, I know everything. I'd want to be like, you know, very specific of like, okay, I know what I know, show me your model, and I will go through it with you step by step and explain where to explain stuff. I really want to do that, because I know for everybody, while I'm doing the YouTube tutorials, I know that's not for everybody. Like I said before with the localization problem, there are issues when it comes to 3D like YouTube tutorials. Blender Guru. I don't like that guy. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like Blender Guru guy. Mainly because he was upset he couldn't say slurs anymore. So, you know, not my favorite person in the world. To be fair, I think pretty much everyone's done that donut tutorial at some point though, haven't they? Yeah, so yeah, like if you learn about what he says outside of the streams and stuff, and the kind of guy he actually is, not a very, I don't like saying people aren't good people, because I like the idea that everybody is okay in some way. But I mean, he's not the worst. He's not like a terrible person, but he's just one of those like, how come I can't say slurs anymore and people get offended by it? It's like, come on, guy. Like, really? You're upset you can't say slurs that don't affect you anymore? Wow, well, you know, I don't like that kind of personality. That sort of thing. Nope, you haven't ever... Follow my tutorial! I'm just saying all this because I really want people to follow mine. No. It's just that kind of stuff. You know. Blender Guru's Word Phoenix. Oh, it's just like one of the... It's the popular... Like, if you've ever seen somebody say, I've worked in Blender and I've made this tutorial... I've made a donut. That followed one of his tutorials. And to be fair, he does know his stuff around Blender, but again, it's kind of... When you know it's like the kind of person he is behind... Yeah. What happened there? Ah. Thanks, Blender. So file. So here we're going to see. I think is he the donut guy? Yep, that's the donut guy. Let's recover autosave. Neo. Wait, where's the? Why was that not autosaving? Please tell me this is its autosaving. It's just. Please. What? No, that wasn't the last session. No! Boom. Blender crashed on me there. No! Why is autosave not working? What the heck? Give me a second. Autosave should have been working. Why was autosave not working? Oh, well. Well, now we get to show you it all again. Shall we speedrun this? So, move this mesh down. X mirror. We move this mesh down a bit. Corrected this bit. Oh, I'm gonna have to do. How much of this am I gonna have to do again? Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Right, the hand will be a good... So I think that hand... So the hand is okay. It's... The crotch wasn't done. Okay. Check. Yeah, that's already lost, because if I went to... When I went to... Let me open another one. That one. There we go. So we're going to recover, autosave. That's actually in the temp. There's no Neo 36 though, which is what's making us a bit unsure. Because if there was a Neo 36, I could recover that. But there isn't. There's just Neo thing. Yeah, weird. See you, Leonidas. You have a lovely night now. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, I could just go and check that myself. Give me a moment, chat. Users, kid, updater, local, temp. There we are. Date modified. Yeah, legit, it isn't actually there. Why is it not being auto-saving? Oh well. Never mind. I've done it once before. I can do it again. So, the legs, I actually kind of got used to how these legs work now. So, weight paint. Yeah, we have to do this bit all again. So, grab this bit, keep it at quite a low angle. Pull it round under here. It is one thing. Isn't there a blend one file? View hidden items? No, just be due to the way I save. So no. Being bullied. It doesn't matter. I can do it again. Like, it's one thing that I learned very quickly with Blend. Don't get, like, if it loses work, it loses work. It's just something you have to deal with. Like, it happens. I used to be, and this is before I met my partner, to be honest. I used to be very angry when it came to stuff when it went wrong, or I get really panicky, and I get really angry and stuff. Like, I would get worked up. I would let this kind of thing really get to me. But since I've met my partner and she kind of called us out for it, I've kind of tried to chill down a bit, and it helps my mental health quite a lot to just be like, if something goes wrong, it's gone wrong. Get over it. Do it again. Realistically, I've done what? I lost maybe an hour's work there. That doesn't seem like a quality tool. Like, nah, it's Blender. You get used to it. But I mean, hell, in Maya, let me tell you my adventures with Maya when I was first getting into it. I'd be modeling away. I was modeling like a tree, and I'd be like, oh yeah, da 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 da, and it would be like, Maya's crashed, memory exception. I'm like, oh, what's happened there? Oh, damn. So I reloaded up, lost most of my work because of course I didn't save it. I'm like, okay, do it again. So then I'm there again, making a tree again. I'm like extruding, I'm getting to like leaves, and I'm starting to extrude and make them out of it, and it's like, boom, Maya crashed, blend, like memory exception. I'm like, what the heck is happening? In that version of Maya, which I think was Maya 2016, Maya 2017, if you're modeling and you do not clear your memory's history, which is, you know, your control Zs, Maya doesn't automatically get rid of them. So the more stuff you do, the more commands you do, Maya will constantly build a list, and it's constantly building, and constantly building. And you have to manually tell it to remove that. Otherwise, crash. Memory exception. If you don't tell it to get rid of the control Zs, it breaks it. In 2016, 2017, they might have changed this since, but I was like, wait, this is a £3,500 tool. How does it not know to clear your own memory? Why do I have to tell it? Oh my gosh, yeah, and it's like, this is a £3,000 tool. This isn't a cheap thing. This is £3,000. Obviously, I was working on a student edition, so it wasn't that much. Oh, I've got my X mirror off. Oh, but do I have... I just realized as well, I need to put vertex group on. Blur, blur. So, yeah. Not thing. Every 3D program has its own little quirks. That is one of Blender's. Blender's when I'm weight painting and texture painting is probably where Blender is most likely to crash. I'm actually quite surprised that it didn't crash yesterday when we were doing that. It did lose my it did lose a file at some point, but that was because I didn't save it properly. I just realized, did it actually save the texture? I'm hoping it did. Yes, it did. Excellent. But again, it's like, if you're ever working with 3D, be prepared for it to crash. Be prepared for stuff to go wrong. Thank you for telling me to save my work. And like I say, I am upset that I've lost that work, but I'm just like, well, I've done it once before, I can do it again, right? You know, like I say, it's just, don't get yourself worked up. It makes you have a talk. Like I said, I've said many a time, when I regret a lot of the things I did when I was younger, and a lot of that was due to me just getting angry. Anger has been something that, something I don't want to say I have a problem with, but I do in certain circumstances. Like, I get really angry when stuff does not go my way. Or at least I used to. Like I say, with 3D stuff I've chilled out. But yeah, a lot of that's just due to anxiety though. I get really anxious really quickly, and I don't like that I do, but I do. But yeah, so I try not to get as angry these days when stuff goes wrong. It's just like, oh no, you've done it once before, you can do it again. I thought my PC would be unbeatable with its new GPU, but Blender doesn't care how powerful your GPU is. It will do a better job with a stronger GPU, but it won't, you know, it won't revolutionize it. Oh, actually, I want to kind of keep that bit smooth, because the shoulders were looking alright, actually. But yeah, like I guess, like I say, it's just something with art. You just gotta kind of like, sometimes things don't go wrong. It does like your CPU though, yeah. See, the CPU is one thing I really need to get around to upgrading. Just simply because I know that my CPU... Oh, I actually got the arms. It's saved as they were. Yes! Okay, so we're not as far back as I thought we possibly were. How's that belly button bend? Because it gives a lot away. There we go. So yeah, so that's actually working alright. Blur that out. Sweet. But yeah, like I said, it doesn't matter. Hell, even AutoCAD crashes a lot. And AutoCAD is an industrial software. Okay, so I think we're pretty much back to where we were. Oh, I need to check the feet as well, don't I? Yeah, so we lost the feet there, but there wasn't actually that much that needed done. It was just simply that, wasn't it? And blur you, blur you. Yeah, perfect. Legs, I did change the legs a little bit as well. Added a bit there, and added a bit there. Hold it down over the knee. Like I said, I've got a bit faster this time because I'm not really explaining as much of why I'm doing this time, but it's the same as the first time. Cool. And again, I prefer it to clip, so that's fine. In fact, I might actually want to retract it a little from there. And just blur that back out just ever so slightly. Just so we got a bit more. Yeah, there we go. At least you just did it so you know everything you already... Yeah, exactly. Like I say, I'm just going back through... The first time I was doing this, I'm having to discover, like, right, does this look better? Does that look better? No, no, no. Yes, yes, yes. And just sort it out from there. So, we're pretty much back to where we were now. Because I don't think I did anything with the feet. I didn't need to. I don't think it looked any odd that way. Let that out. And yeah, like I say, doesn't set us back like what? See, like I say, because it's the first time I'm having to figure out what I want to do with it. It took us an hour and a half, and that's also with me, you know, yapping away. This time it didn't take half as long. Okay, so we're back to the point where we were at before. As you can kind of see, I'm saving a lot more now. So, how do we do the head? We do it like this. I want to grab that. I want to pretty much not grab any of those bits. There we go. So I've grabbed the entirety of the head there. Gotta go to face select mode, and then I'm gonna hold Shift and L over certain parts of the model. Bump, 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 bump. Pretty much just the ears. Because what I want to do is I'm going to go to vertex groups, and this is the old way. This is one fun fact. If you were working back in the old Pixar days, like back in the 90s and 80s and stuff, well, obviously this is quite high poly for back then. One thing that you would have to do is you wouldn't get that nice, lovely heat-mapped weight painting. That's a early thousands. That's an early 90s thing. Sorry, a late 90s thing. If you were doing this the old-fashioned way, this weight value here, you know the red that we were working with, you'd have to put this in manually on every single part of the model. You couldn't just paint on it. You'd have to do it with this. And it's like, oh. You'd have to render the wire. Yeah, exactly. Like, you couldn't even have... I don't even know if you would be able to have the solid. I don't think the computers would have managed that. It's incredible. When you look back at how old 3D art was made, it makes you wonder, how did they do it? How did somebody have the patience to sit down and do this? It's like, holy heck. Like, at least I could, like I say, we can look at this in, like, I can render this out. I could literally have this all rendering while I'm working with it to see the lighting. I can add, like, you know, let's pop a point light in, and I can do this and have this all active in the scene. It's incredible. Oh, we've got a seam line down there. I don't know if you can see this, chat, because I don't know how much my stream compresses it. But do you see there might be a little line down there. This is a mid-map issue, which is something we're going to have to solve. But for now, I'm working on the head. So we grab this entire head, and we're doing this the old-fashioned way. I'm going to grab head. I'm going to click here and remove from all groups. This means all of these have no parenting to that rig anymore. So if I go to... Where is my rig? Oh, we're in the local view. Give me a second. I forget how to switch out of this.
What did I do?
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, so this part of the mesh now no longer has any weight pins. So if I go to pose mode now, all of that bit that I had selected, beautiful. But I do that because what I want to do is I want to assign this 1 to the head. That includes things like the teeth, the tongue, and all that for now. Even this internal part of the mesh as well. Give me the internal part of the mesh, please. There we go. Remove from all groups and head. Excellent. So now, why I've done that is that gives me a much nicer base to work from. I only have to deal with that. And it means things like the eyes won't affect the actual head anymore. Now they'll affect other parts of the body. So all I've got to do now is I've just got to go to object mode, edit mode, sorry, select everything, and I'm going to find ear, where are we at? We're looking for IL and ear L. IR and they're the ones. So I just want to select that, remove, select that one, remove. And now by moving these eye bones, that will remove them from affecting anything else. I actually want to do the same for these as well, because I forgot to separate them out from the mesh. But obviously for the ears, that's all well and good. It's kind of what we want, although we are going to have to clean them up significantly. So I'm going to grab this. And for now, cheek floof 1L, remove cheek floof 1R. There we go. And just remove them because I don't want them actually affecting any of the mesh at all. Sweet. Save my work. I swear so much. I've been swearing so much at 3D Studios back in the day of Pentium 90 being high spec. Oh gosh, anyone who I remember it was like 10 years, not 10 years ago. It was about 8 years ago. I first came in contact with Blender, and even back then I thought it was outdated software. When I look back at all the stuff, my gosh, I am genuinely. I respect anyone who did 3D art back before 2005. I'll put an arbitrary date on there. But anyone who modeled in those old things, Pixar, even DreamWorks back then, it must have been such a fight because every part of every part of it must have just been thing. And thank you for the follow there, Sprunk. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist. Mostly work with VR chat and VC face. Welcome. If you have any, obviously, I imagine if you know from back then, you're very well aware of 3D stuff. But if you have any questions about the way I work specifically, feel free to ask. That's about when I started around then. See, I'm lucky. I've started with Blender. I started with Blender 2.67, I think it would be. It would be about 6 years ago is when I actually started tinkering around with Blender properly. I actually had a look at it 2 years prior to that. But yeah, 2.5. I remember seeing 2.5 as well, and that's like, ooh, well. Again, it's important to remember where the technology came from, where the art actually thing. He's trying to pick up Blender. I feel like I'm not one of these Blender purists, you know the kind where it's like Blender is the best software ever. It has its issues, as we've seen with me literally losing some of my work just before. But once you get to learn Blender, I find for modeling, it is much quicker than most other 3D softwares. Blender is free, which is great. Is one of the benefits of it, but there are Maya does do certain things better than Blender does, and 3ds Max does certain things better than Blender does, and 3ds Max does some things better than Maya does, and Cinema 4D does some things better than all of them. There's no perfect program. Some of them are just better for certain things, and for me, with my experience, Blender is perhaps one of the best for modeling quickly. Once you learn its shape keys, once you learn how it all works, it is stupidly quick to model things with. But again, I'm not going to say it's the perfect program, because it ain't. And anybody who says it is just being a bit of a purist. Hang on. Why are those eye bones there? Oh, I didn't even set them. That would be why. So what I was actually trying to do there is grab this bit, cursor to selected. And this is one of the things that I absolutely love about Blender. This cursor, once you get used to it, is amazing. You can use it for quick editing. You can use it for pretty much anything that you're after. So now if we go to pose mode and actually start moving these around. Boom. So if we go to texture. Way. So we do need to sort out the head because we've just done that harsh weighting. Crunch. And we don't want that. Gonna try Renderman engine. Yeah, I ought to have a look at the Renderman engine as well myself. Renders aren't my main thing. I'm not that bothered about renders overall. I quite like cycles and how it looks, and I've kind of got to a point where I'm very comfortable with it. But for me, rendering isn't the main part of what I do. Obviously, I like games, and I like animations, and I like this kind of thing. I mean, yeah, true, animations do need rendered out, but the rendering process to me is perhaps one of the most boring. I don't enjoy it particularly. I just like making models and then putting them in games and seeing them move. Still want to try Houdini as well. Houdini, I've heard good things. I've heard good things about a lot of them. Marmoset, I've heard pretty good things about as well. But yeah, what was I doing? Kind of the head. So we go back to our material view, and I just want to go back to weight painting. Oh, I clicked in because I clicked. Here's another thing about Blender. Because I clicked in 1 pixel away from this texture paint button, and because I have the fill tool on it, it thinks I want to fill in the whole model's texture. So we're going to be waiting here a little couple of seconds while Blender either decides what it wants to do or it's going to crash. Come on, Blender. So yeah, you know, problems with certain softwares, and this is what I mean. Texture painting is just a bleh. To be fair, that's my fault. I should generally set my tool back to the paint tool when I'm finished with it instead of having it on the fill tool. There we go. Blender didn't decide to crash today, but it painted you all blue. There we go. All that work. So you know what I'm going to do? Switch it to the brush. There you go. Now switch it back to object mode. Now to weight paint. There we go. Let's click on the head. And there we go. We can see where, like, this, where we've put that new weighting in, so I just need to literally blur it out. There's no, like, hard or fast thing, because, again, it's a tube. Your neck is a tube. Save my work. That is a good call. Can't believe I didn't even think of that myself. I'm getting a bit peckish, you know, chat. Kind of fancying something to eat. I do have a microwave burger in, so I could maybe eat that. Now, I don't want these affecting the ears. So I'm gonna grab everything. There we go. Hair 1 remove, hair 2 remove, hair 3 remove. Because I only want that to affect the hair, because I want these bones. Hang on, those bones are a little off center, aren't they? Yeah. They're also angled really weirdly. I probably want them a bit closer to the front of the ears, actually, as well. Let's make them look nice. There we go. I mean, the texture painting in Blender isn't too bad. It's just very basic. It's kind of like working with paint. But it does what it needs to do. So what I want to do. Individual origins. Because these 3 bones are what will actually be the dynamic bones for the ears. So, yeah, it's a bit weird at this section here, isn't it? Wrong brush. Do have vertex mirror on, don't I? Yes, I do. I need these ears to be quite strong because obviously we'll want to do expressions with the ears. Only thing is this bit's getting lost. Why is that? Do you need blurred out a bit more? There's a really cool world to do an export of a snapshot of a scene and draw. Oh! That would be quite cool. You normally do your textures in GIMP. I use UV map to do so. I mean, like I say, you can do your textures either way you want. I tend to do it in Blender itself. A lot of people nowadays will do them in Substance, because Substance has a... Substance is quite nice to use, to be fair. It just costs money. Oh, don't want it squishing in that head too much. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to slightly subtract a bit from the bottom of it here. And just blur that in again. Just so, yeah, kind of want it folding in over itself instead. Then we're going to go back to the head and just blur that in a little bit as well. Oh, hang on. Hang on a moment there. That's not meant to be painted in there either. There we go. Hey. Floppy ears. Character painting is pretty good use of 3D coat. Oh, I've never tried a 3D coat. But like, I mean, again, this whole thing here, this has been textured in Blender. This has been using Blender's internal tools. It hasn't even been taken out of Blender into Photoshop. The only part that was taken into Photoshop really was the eyes, and even that, you could probably argue didn't even need to be. I could have painted that on by hand if I really wanted to. It just depends where the use case is, really. Again, there's no right or wrong way. If you make something that looks good, does it matter exactly how you created it? Not really. Right, so what time are we on? 2.5 hours. I've been rigging this character for about 2 hours now. My gosh. Oh, wait a sec. Not rendered mode. Solid. I just want material. Need to blend these back in because these will have lost a bit of the definition as well. There we go, and realistically it's both the neck and the thing that rotates, so boom, obviously. There you go. Crunch. That is correct to how anatomy actually is. It's perfect, the thing. Oh, screen. Oh, bugger. Sorry about that. Oh, sorry about that. Didn't that go into subscription as purchase as well? It did. I think if you owned it on Steam, you get to keep that one, but it's one of the ones where if you had it, great, you get to keep it. If you want that though, you can't have it now. But I'm not sure about that. Let me quickly just check. See, I don't know if that is the perpetual license anymore. No, I think that one is. I think that one you can just buy that one for the year. I think it's only if you want to get it directly from it that... Hands, what are you doing? Fine, hands. Take away. Bring them back. See where my thumbs are. There we are. Yeah, I'm not sure entirely. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is still... Let's go on the things. I think you can only buy it. Yeah, so I mean, we can buy a version here. I think it's if you're buying it from directly there, you can't. found the tweet. Give me a second. Oh. Oh my gosh, Sprunk. Thank you for the bits. That's lovely thing. It's time for Pavlov, but we're gonna have to watch this and learn some. If you want Sprunk, all of these VODs for this character specifically, which go from the start to the finish, they're all gonna be on YouTube. So if you want to watch the VODs in a decent place, they'll be on the YouTube channel, and obviously then you can skip through them because Twitch deletes them after a certain time, so they're always gonna be there. But thank you for the bits. I really appreciate that, and I hope you have a lovely time with Pavlov. I really think Adobe should include it into... Yes, it should. For the price you pay for the full CC package, it should be included. Honestly, like... I used to get that full CC package, and I used to have it with... And I had it with the full one. This was after I was a student for 2 years. I kept a hold of it. And, I mean, you pay like £55 for it over here. It's ridiculous. But now I just keep the Photoshop one because don't get me wrong, I used to love After Effects, and to be honest, I'm not gonna lie, there's things for this stream I would love to make that I know I could make in After Effects, but I'm not willing to put that much money down on it for After Effects. Although to be honest, I could maybe just make a new account and like trial it and then make all the stuff I know I want and then just discard it or something. I don't know, but you know. I miss After Effects. That's the one program I really miss. I did miss Premiere for a long time. I really missed Premiere for a long time until I found DaVinci Resolve, which is fairly good. If you need a free video editing program, I kind of do recommend DaVinci Resolve. It's pretty good. It is heavy. It will lag your system out, but it's fairly nice, right? It's fairly alright. But yeah, you pay $400 a year. That's not too bad. Is that a student license or such? Because I think that's how much it used to cost. It cost me around that amount. I think it was like £295 a year on the student license when I had it. But yeah, it's like... here's the thing. I know everyone likes, you know, crapping on Adobe's products, but I do
nice one,
like
my
them.
furry friend.
Hi, Nikki Pie. Welcome. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist. I mostly work for making VR chat models and VC face models, which is what you're seeing here. Welcome. I hope you're having a lovely day, and if you have any questions about 3D, please feel free to ask, and I'll do my best to answer. Oh, that's right. Yeah, like, again, I would like to use stuff. Adobe's products, but I can't justify spending that much on it. Even now when I'm making commissions, and technically, like I say, a commission generally goes between, by the time people have put all their extras on and want all the extra little bits and stuff, an average commission right now goes anywhere between £500 to £700. So 2 commissions would generally justify me buying that all year long, right? But I'm like, well, how often am I going to use Dreamweaver? How often am I going to use CC Animate? How often am I actually going to use Premiere? Realistically. You have a question. What kind of witchcraft is Blender the Devil? Blender is just... It was formed back by the ancient monks who decided, hey, we want a program that is really cool, it's free, and it crashes a lot, but people will love it, and boom, Blender was born. But Blender is pretty cool. Blender is... If you've never touched Blender before, Blender is a horrible program to learn. It is not friendly at all. But when you approach Blender, approach it as... It's a load of little things that make one big thing, as opposed to thinking it's this big scary thing all at once. Don't try and learn every part of it all at once. Learn individual parts, take your time, and it eventually becomes a lot nicer to deal with. You use Adobe products for work, but not at home. That's probably fine. Like I say, the only Adobe product I use now is Photoshop. And that is simply because the package for Photoshop, I can justify. It's, I think, $12.99 or $14.99 a month, and I do use it a lot. I use it to create memes. I use it to create other things outside of the, like. It's the only thing. What's a good 3D program to start from? If you are completely brand new to 3D stuff, honestly, Google SketchUp, the one which is like an architectural one, isn't too bad to get to grips with things. It works entirely differently to 3D programs, but in all honesty, if you just want to learn, if you want to learn Blender, if you want to learn how to do characters and stuff like this, just get into it. Just start learning Blender, look up tutorials, get making things. Making things is your best way to learn how to do things in Blender. Before I did characters, I was making things like glasses and castles and the yellow submarine from the Beatles and stuff. It was just go in and make stuff. Honestly, it's the best things. You started in SketchUp 8 before I moved to Blender. SketchUp, for somebody who doesn't know anything about 3D, is a nice introduction to it. Because it's a very cut back tool. It's very simple. There's not a lot you can do with it, but because there's not a lot you can do with it, it's easy enough to learn. So, yeah. I genuinely think we're pretty much done with rigging. Okay, so do you know what I want to kind of do now? Because it's been a while. Oh, wait, I need to download a new version of Blend. I need to download the new version of Unity, don't I? Because VR chat. I was just going to quickly port this to VR chat, but I just realized I don't have the right version of Unity installed anymore. Because I was going to port it, because at this point, technically, we can port this model to VR chat. It's not going to do much. It's not going to speak. It's not going to have eye movement or blinks or anything, but we could put it in and see how the rig looks. But I'm just thinking, I need to install the new version of Unity and the new version of the SDK. So, I'll have to do that probably for the next stream. I'll have that ready for the next stream. I just wanted to check the rig, really, but I think the rig will be fine. I mean, there's not much we can't check in Blender. Oh, dear. Correct paw management. There we go. This might not be what you think the perfect male body looks like, but this is what it is. Crunchy. He sees you, chat. He's judging you. Save my work. That's probably a good idea. Okay, so we can't... Ow! Fox guy. Mean. So, we probably can't do so. You know what? I'm just getting a bit peckish. I'm just going to put the stream on hold for, say, like 30... Like, not 30 minutes, about 10 minutes or so. I'm just going to make myself... I've got, like, a microwave burger, which I'm going to have. Not the healthiest thing, but I'm quite peckish. So, what we're going to do next... We've still obviously got these bits to do. We've got the beans, which are currently not connected. So what's coming up next is we're going to connect bits up like this to the body so that the actual rest of the mesh is alongside with everything else. We're then going to add the Furcards, and then by the end of that, we should be done for the night. Now, I don't know if I'm actually going to get all the Furcards done tonight. So what I'll do is, in all honesty, I'll probably... if I don't get the Furcards done tonight, that might be the only thing I'll do off stream, because it's very tedious, chat. There's a lot of just doing the same thing over and over and over again, and you'll see exactly what that is later on. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do, just because I'm getting a bit peckish and I know I'm going to start really getting ravenous in about like 10-15 minutes or so. So, just going to go on a quick little break. I will be back in about 10 minutes. So don't you go anywhere. You have to stick with me. You're not allowed to go and seek any other type of entertainment. I am the only one. No. I'll be back. I'll be back in a bit. Eh. Mean. Don't change the channel. Nick, you're not allowed to leave. You have to legally stay. Don't touch that dial now, and if you haven't already, please like, comment, and subscribe for more content like I've defeated the box. Yes. Box defeated. Booyah. I'm just literally going to be like 5-10 minutes or so. And I'm going now because otherwise you're just going to keep being here. So where's my... Stop it. I'm gone, chat. That's it. Don't redeem stuff while I'm gone because otherwise it'll be thing. I'll just be a second. Well, yeah. I return. Boom. Oh, that feels better. Actually just had something to munch. Right. So where were we? Ah, yeah. So, run. So you're excited about your model. Ooh. You're right, actually. There isn't many people that actually do have detailed horse hooves and stuff. Hydrate. Well, I already did, but let's do some more. Pardon me. Oh, gosh. Terrible. Pardon me. Come back to me belching on stream. So, I do have a tutorial on how to do this. You monster, how could you? I'm sorry, I meant to be British and polite. Oh, we do have to finish the texture painting as well on the hand. But, for now, so these beans aren't perfect at all. And the way most people will do it, which is the wrong way, and this isn't even just a thing, it is genuinely wrong. So that's not there. And what a lot of people will do is they'll grab the beans and they'll grab the rig and do automatic weight painting. Jeez, come on. Woo. I'm like, oh, that looks fine, right? But when we bend the thing, is this blender being like, hey, I'm going to prove you wrong again? Ah, there we go. So can you see how like that is like clipping in now? So imagine if I grab all these. Yeah, there we go. So automatic weight painting has a few like literally just came back to you burping on stream. It's a raw stream, you know me, I would come to things. But you can see how that's clipping through because it's had to calculate the weights again. So one thing that we want to do is I'm actually going to remove all these groups. All these groups. So now it won't be rigged again. What I'm then going to do is I'm going to select the stuff that doesn't have the vertex groups on. Oh! Possum! Possum, hello! Welcome. Hi. Hello. Where's my hands? Oh, there. Welcome, everybody. I'm Cade, a fairy 3D artist, just like Awesome Possum, but yeah. Hi, welcome. Do I mostly work for VR chat and stuff? Give us a wave. There you go, Possum. Hope you had a lovely stream. What were you working on today, Possum? What were you doing? Oh, what the dog doing? I'm being a nerd.
Nice
and currently,
one, my furry
we're currently
friend.
I'm currently rigging beans, so you've come at a very opportune time. We're currently learning how to make these beans actually work with the hand.
Nice one, my furry
So we are things.
friend.
Oh, thank you for the follow there, Winston Whitetail, and it's Merry Me. Welcome, hi. As I just said, Cade, furry 3D artist, mostly VR chat, VC face, which is what I'm using right here. And you know what? I see you raiding me. I see you here.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Give me a sec. There we go. Hello. I see you, new people. Follow me. Come. Come. Cade is friend.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Oh, wait a sec. Cade is big friend. I have big eyes, big ears to see you all. But yes, hello, welcome. So yeah,
Nice
mostly,
one, my
mostly
furry
furry 3D
friend.
art and stuff. That's scary. I know it's a bit on the thing side. Yeah, hello. Let's put me back down to where I belong, down in the corner. There we go. You can go back down there. I'm gonna keep these big ears on for a while. But yeah, hi, welcome. Thank you to all who followed me. That just there, like Winston, it's Mary, Toxie on chat, Rougeol. Sorry if I thinged your name there, and Sigurd, Teal. Oh, thank you so much, Teal. You are lovely.
Nice one, my
gosh,
furry friend.
Also, thank you for the follow. I'm trying to show beads, but Thank you, everybody. Oh, thank you, Ari Goth. Deal. So, Hamsternator, Daddy Glitch, Silver Knight, BMS Nuclear Dan, and Awesome Possum. There you go. Welcome. Enjoy the emotes. You get to have some beans. You get to have some Cade Heart, and coming very, very soon, you get to have the true Bob Ross. I will be having a Bob Ross emote because I am his successor, and one day I will defeat him on Twitch. I will be the #1 art streamer for a while, beating him. That is the plan. How realistic my goals are is unknown, but that is what I plan to do. But yes, thank you. No, Teal, don't keep giving me money if your bank is crying. I will live. But yes, thank you, everybody.
Nice one, my furry
Thank you there,
friend.
Froggy Pigeon, for the follow as well. So let's actually get on with what we were doing. But yeah, I hope you all enjoy the stream, and I hope you all having a lovely day, as lovely as you all are, probably. Apart from you, Nick. Yes, still see you there in the chat. Everybody's lovely apart from him. Just gonna bully one of my chat. So, as I was saying before, we had the automatic weight painting on the beans. It didn't work really well. So what we want to do, we're gonna we're gonna grab the beans, which is the stuff that doesn't have vertex groups. We're gonna grab this hand, which we know has the vertex groups, which we are fairly happy with and fairly content with. What we're going to then do is we're going to press spacebar, which is going to bring up our search menu. If it doesn't do this, you can just right click. You can go to the search menu bit here. Even the AFK. Anybody who's AFK, anybody who's lurking in my chat, anybody who just, you're coming to me. Pardon me, and I'm still burping. My gosh, you're coming to me. You're watching me do my thing. You're watching me explain my content, and maybe I'm helping you. But honestly, you guys coming to me and watching this stuff and supporting me and being there and making this whole thing way more enjoyable. Honestly, I can't. I love it. I love it. I really enjoy this. I really love things. And I'm being told to hydrate, so I'm going to grab my bottle here. But yeah, honestly, and save my work. Oh, honey, yeah, that's my hatred of you, Nick. Just you're better than me in every way. So as I was saying, we go to this search thing, and what we're looking for is data transfer, mesh, data transfer, and that's what we're looking for. Transfer mesh data. If I click on that and go to vertex groups, we get this little menu down here. What I want to do is I want to change these source selection layers to all layers, and basically what this is saying is get all these vertex groups and all the weights that are related to them. Save. Sorry, let me explain this and then I'll save. Gets all the vertex groups on this mesh. It basically just looks at what vertex is near what vertex, and it tries to apply that weight to it. So boom, there, done. Save. Thank you, Chaos. Thank you. But yeah. So that's now applied there. So now when we move this hand, the beans move with it. And this time, when I grab all these, and then have these rotating, we can see that that paw pad actually acts as it should. Now, there is one issue when you do data transfers compared to when you do it normally. It can be pretty sharp. For example, right there. Can we see how that's acting like that? So it does still need cleaned up. You going to bed, Full Force Euro? Well, you have a lovely night. Thank you once again for all the subs that you give us. That was absolutely lovely of you, and it's always a pleasure having you in the chat. So you go and have a lovely night. You sleep well, and you do. Toxic! Or Toxie. How dare you throw things at me? Rude. What did you miss? Not much. I mean, I've already missed one of the saves. So one thing I'm going to do is we're going to go back onto these beans. And we're going to go to weight paint again. What we're going to see this time is when we go onto it. We'll see how, like I say, the weight painting is kind of rough. So we just want to smooth everything out. And see, this one's got some weight on this one, so I just want my subtract brush. I just want to grab this bit here. This bit here, and we just want to get rid of those bits. There we go. Oh. Ah! You're all. Please. Thought you would go to bed. Go. Go to bed, Ural. You're no longer wanted. There we go. Right. Grab you. Oh, that's the wrong tilt. I want it smooth. That's it. There we go. Mean. You have an addiction of a redeem from another stream. It's fine. I don't really actually get mad. It'd be... Imagine if someone actually got mad over the proper channel point thing. Like, I'm sure somebody out there probably does, but I love it. I love the engagement and stuff. Euro can't go to bed without throwing stuff. It's just his nightly routine. You know, brush your teeth, get changed into some pajamas, and if Cade is streaming, I've got to yeet a ball at him. Ball must be thrown. Goes like, it's just tradition. So that's fine. That one's still got a bit of an issue. It's that one there. There we go. And now these should all work fairly fine. Like the...
What is your whole display?
Oh, actually. You're not fine. There we go. So these should all be able to move around independently.
There's a lot of furry shit.
And there's that. There we go. Oh, wrong brush. Want to smooth all this white paint out. So long as it's not too much throwing. It's like how I need to throw up, like, no, burn your money. I'm laying in this bed and throw stuff at your face. I can judge you for that. You can say I can't judge you, but I will judge you. Incredible amounts of judging. There we go. Smooth that out. It's like I say, this is the only thing about data transfer. It doesn't do a clean job. It does make things quite rough. So we just want to smoothen it all out a bit to make it a little nicer. Hey, there we go. And that should be our hand beans sorted. There we go. Sorted. Okay. Next part of the beans that needs sorted will be the foot beans. These ones should be a little nicer to work with because it's a fairly solid thing, but ugh. Do you wake up in the morning and do your beans crunch? Try new Weight Paint Smooth from Actimel. Yeah. Why am I laughing at my own jokes? That's not a good sign. Posture check. I actually need that because I'm currently sitting on one of my legs. There we go. Proper posture. Wait, I'm just thinking, have I actually done this on... Oh, thank gosh. I was thinking, have I actually had the vertex mirror on this time? And I was like, oh, if I don't, I might have a lot of work to do. But thankfully, I'm not a complete silly person. Gonna do the same thing again. just move that out. And just subtract. Oh. Well, that's not good. That's not what we want. Why is that like that? Wait, are you grabbing something from the other side? No, why are you... I mean, again, it doesn't really matter because this won't actually be seen, but why...
Being offended by it. Just try it.
Oh, wait. You know what I said? This might not need as much work.
It's easy and static. And
Right.
type.
Ba-da-bum. Really like this song. Ba-da-bum. You know, in Random and the Renderer.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Oh, hello. Hi, Malchivolta. Welcome. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist, mostly for VR, mostly working for models with VR chat and VC face. Welcome. If you have any questions, feel free to ask and let me know. Would you like to work it with the world with fur folk? I think pretty much every furry ever will answer yes. I know I would. If I could be my Sona, I probably would. Like, if you gave me the serious, like, hey, we have this thing that can make you actually be your Sona, I would probably be the kind of person to be like, yes, please. That's fine, but now I actually need to go back and blur that in. Smush that bean. I don't know why it's been so aggressive. It's not normally this aggressive with stuff. There we go. Oh, heck! Cenobees, thank you for the gift sub there. Like, that's lovely of you. There you go, Malchivolta. You've now got a gift. You've now got a sub. Welcome. You get to use beans. There we are. Well, thank you very much for that. That's so kind of you. Oh, why is everyone so lovely? Also nice. Bean science. The most important science of them all. Oh, that's not the right bean. I think I'm pretty much gold with the beans anyways at this point. Because realistically, as long as this one works, and as long as this one works, we're all good. There we go. Bean time. But yeah, like, give us the beans. Okay, you know what? I think this
Nice one,
this
my
deserves
furry friend.
a regular. Where is it? VC face. Give me a second. Oh, and thank you for the follow there, Cenobees. Thank you for the thing. And the sub as well. Oh my god. Thank you, Senna. Oh. Ah! Thank you. So nice. But anyways, I need to do something. Something drastically important. Generals. Then there you go, chat. Yay! Bean cam.
Would you
Save
would
my
you mind
work?
just doing a little save check for me?
I shall indeed. Thank you for that. I do get flustered. It's like someone comes and subs to me. Like, I'm just I ain't no country boy. I ain't no city thing. Can't lose any of the bean work. We cannot. There you go. Some even more beans. I think I'm done with beans for now. So we've got that way painted. So because this part of it doesn't actually have any bones, this bit here specifically, I'm going to grab all these and I'm going to separate them out from the rest of it. Because we're going to do the data transfer thing again. If you stick up your paws, here they go. Maximum bleep motion, give me the things. Maximum porridge. There you go. Yay! But I've got to use my beans to do the work as well. Beans must be used for work purposes only. So we're just going to do the transfer mesh data thing again. Excellent. That's that now done. That's how great mesh data transfers. If you learn how to use them, they are such a useful tool. So useful. So what we're going to do is we're going to... I think this has been such a good stream. I'm going to leave the beans on until the end of the stream. So this is when chat treats me nice, as opposed to the other day where they threw things at me all the time and put me in boxes. We're now getting OSHA compliant beans. Or if you're in England, it's actually the HSE, Health and Safety Executive. I remember that from my old job. So I just want to blur these in.
They don't like bro.
Ah! Mean. Ravi! No! No! Do you want to lose the bean cam? Do you want it gone? If you... Chat must behave.
Nice one,
or else
my
it
furry
loses
friend.
the beans. And thank you for the follow there, Serox. Kid, I am a furry 3D artist, although you can probably tell that by now. Welcome. I mostly do furry VR chat and VC face things like you see in here. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. And try not to throw things at my face. Senna, you just joined, and we're going to have words. Stop it. You're going to lose it. You're gonna lose it.
Nice one, my furry friend.
You're gonna lose Bean Cam. And thank you for the follow there, Fluff C. Hope you're having a lovely day. I'm Karen, furry 3D artist. Most Fluff. Well, I'm welcoming you, Neo. Teal. I'm doing it. I'm sorry. It's gone. You've lost it. You've lost Bean Cam. It's gone. It's terrible. What a shame. What an absolute shame that you just couldn't behave. There goes my hero. Well, suppose now you've got all reason to throw and yeet stuff at me. So there we go. So that should now all work quite nicely with the body. It's so sad. No, Lou. Okay, you're getting it back for a bit if you behave. Otherwise, I'll turn this car around and we'll go back home and we're not going to Disneyland anymore. So, I think I might need more bones than that, actually. Yeah, I actually want to split these into 2 bones each. Posture check. Thank you, Teal. There we go. It'll sit better. There we are. Pull that in. It was X-Mirror not on. Ah. No, you're meant to be... For some reason, this isn't X-Mirror, and I didn't do it last time as well with the Symmetrize. Makes me worry. Do it this way, then. There we go. Haha, Blender, you can't defeat me. You can try, but you're not going to win. I am too strong. Okay, so let's try something here. Let's grab use. Separate those by selection. There we are. I want to... Actually, let's grab these as well. Let's do these at the same time. Separate them out. So let's grab them and grab them. Join them together. P. Automatic weights. Pause mode. Individual origins. For a first bit, not too bad. Let's get rid of that bone because we won't want to hold that one. We won't want to hold that one. That one, or that one. Okay, so the cheek floof definitely needs a lot of work. To be honest, all of it does. All of these polygons and tries, it pleases me. I'm glad it does. I aim to please. So, what we're going to do is we're going to paint these in manually, essentially. Because I don't think it's worked too well. So... Grab you. To be honest, I'm going to hide you. I'm going to hide you. I only want to focus on the bits I actually want, which is these bits for now. Okay. Grab you. Grab you. Weight paint. Automatic weight paint did a really bad job on these. Oops, and then I go and spoil it all by adding so much red to it all. Oh. Save. Can you let me save my work? There we go. I don't keep asking, but are we doing the floof later? Yeah, I'm still a bit... I'm going to experiment with how to approach the neck floof because it's quite pop-outy. So I want to kind of try it with Furcards first. If not, we can try the physical floof as well because we can always add extra bits in later and we've got plenty of topology to work with. I just want to see how... I want to see the best way of getting it to work. Like... Blender. You know... Get rid of it all. What was you... Why did you think of that was what I wanted? There we go. And now we use my favorite tool, blur. 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 Check my general chat. What's in my general chat? Oh gosh, I'll check that out later. But I can kind of see what you're referring to now. Blur is the word. So now, that should be a bit nicer. Yay! And we like to say we ignore that one because we actually only use these ones. Look at that. That's actually a little nicer now. So if we bring back our boy. Okay, that one flicks up a little too high. So what I'm going to do with you is you should actually have a head. Oh, no, wait a sec. I'll paint that more to the head when we get to it. So what we want to do, let's grab this bit. Let's go back to white paint. Like, Blender, please explain your choices. Like, why? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna grab these bones because the hair's done now, so I want to leave the hair alone. I'm gonna grab these bones and separate them. And then gonna grab all of these. I'm gonna separate them as well. And I'm gonna remove all vertex groups. And then paint with not envelopes. Actually. Oh, no, I didn't want to close. How does envelope weight actually look? No. Then again, yeah, no. Definitely not. Delete all groups. With empty groups. There we go. So this way I can just do it manually. Texture? No. Texture was fine. Weight that I wanted. And I'm not being too clean with it, you'll notice. Because I'm pretty much just gonna blur it all in anyways. That's what we're gonna do now. Blur. 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 There we go. Now what I might want to do is just grab this bit. There we go. Need one of those trackers on your feet. I'll get a leap motion just purely for my feet so I can like wiggle my toes. It'll actually show it. So there we go. Like I said, didn't need to be anything accurate, just needed to be close enough. And now we just do the same thing on this side. Splattering it on. Oh, maybe a bit too low down there. There we go. Blur. 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 And now technically we're only moving the outer bit. Actually need a bit more blurring on it. Blur. Blur. Wait a sec, is that bit even? Yeah. Actually, I don't know. Maybe we will move the whole thing. Big question is, this is when it actually matters. Oh yeah, because these are all sorted out now. I can just can join them back in. No, just want to join them. Thank you. I want to grab you. I want to grab you. You. Oh, I still need to join them as well. You and you. Keep offset. There we go. So now when we move the head, it doesn't move the. I know why that is. Armature. Armature. There we go. Yay. So I want to grab the head and I want to grab the outer bones first. Yeah, so I'm going to have to do some refinement on this bit because it's looking a bit weird. Unless, if I grab these, how is it looking now? Actually doesn't look too bad when it moves both of them. Although, if it moves to a certain point, it pulls them out a bit too far. But we can balance that down by, thing. You're a chair. What's going on in my chat when someone's saying they're a chair? You need one of those. I wonder if the toes could be... Maybe... it does just run off the Unity humanoid rig, so it maybe could be done. Wouldn't be entirely sure on how to do it, but it probably could be done. So, and I want to also add a new group to these called head, because we want to use the head bone. So grab this, grab this.
I remember the way.
Let's go to weight paint, grab the head, and now we can actually weight paint the head on. I'm just simply gonna add a good amount of it to the very tip of this base. And then guess which tool I'm gonna use, chat? Guess which tool? Blur. Just so that now it still decides it wants to come out. Only on one side though. Even then, I don't know if it'll be that bad. Yeah, it will be that bad. I don't know if it'll be that bad. Moves it. Yeah, it's that bad. There's a weight paint.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Oh, thank you for the follow there, Daddy Darwin. Welcome. I'm Kate. I'm a furry 3D artist who does mostly VR chat and VC face stuff.
Nice
welcome.
one, my
I hope you're
furry
having a
friend.
nice day. Many blinking lights. I thought you were already following, but welcome as well. Guess what, many blinking lights? I'm a furry 3D artist who mostly does VR chat stuff. I don't know if you know that. Maybe less those ones. It's more just this one, isn't it? Don't worry about it, many blinking lights. It's fine. No one is required to follow me except for Nick. Nick is the only one who's literally legally obliged to follow me. And I will not let that go. Hey, there we go. I want to check this one over here because it's acting very strange. Why are you going down there? Why do you feel the need to go down that direction, bit of floof? Came back to see the beans. There's plenty of beans here. There you go. Even have some extra ones. No one even had to pay for these beans. These are just... I am such a generous dragon. I'm just giving away my hoard of beans. But yes, let's get this... Why are you being a funny one? Oh, and this one needs pulled out a little bit more as well, actually. Oh, yeah, because symmetry doesn't work on these ones for some reason. I'll pull you out a bit. Yeah, I do not like how that's acting at all. White paint. Feels like something's pulling it down. Oh, just probably needs a bit of weight on there. Yeah, there we go. That's got it working again. It's just missing the... Terrible. Right. So what I'm going to do for this specific one, I'm actually going to do this the manual way, which is adding the group called head. I'm just going to simply add head to about 0.3 the whole thing. So now when this moves, that's too much of it moving. This back bit isn't going to be moving. There we go. Keeps it pulled down a little bit more. Then again, what I should maybe do is actually lower this down just ever so slightly. Please go off medium point, not individual origins. Thank you. Lower that down. And now... Oh, no, it's the other way around, isn't it? No, it's fine where it was. Put it back where it was. Put that thing back where it came from. Oh... 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 So the red part... Yeah, so the red part of the weight painting... So, oh, didn't want to move the eyes. So this bone has all of that head in red, which means that this bone affects all of that red area at its maximum. That bit's at green, so it means it affects it a bit, but like it means it blends a little nicer between areas. It just lets us wiggle ears and stuff. Oh, it's midnight already? Is it? My gosh, it nearly is. I mean, I'll probably be streaming for, like again, I usually like streaming for about 4 hours at a time. It keeps it nice, it keeps it fresh. I actually thought we were going to get to the hair cards today, but to be honest, I've spent a lot of time weight painting. But I also think this is probably going to be one of the better ones I've ever done. So, you know, swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Right. As you may see, there are a few bones that aren't currently connected to the body. These are on the nose and for the tongue. So the tongue one is interesting, because the tongue one is going to be entirely done manually. Should probably just actually select the tongue, invert everything, and then hide it. That should work. So you'll notice there's an incredible amount of topology for the tongue. That was for a reason. So what did I actually call these? Tongue 03. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go to here. I'm going to go to vertex groups, and I am actually going to manually add these in. Tongue 3. And now I'm gonna, now I want these back to full. So I want this area to be full. I want to grab this bit, and I'm gonna set that to tongue 2. I'm gonna grab this bit, and I'm gonna set that to tongue 1. I actually set this bit to tongue 1 as well. So now I'm gonna add this into the rig. So jet. I know that's I did the nose as well, but the nose I do a slightly different way. So now, if I actually go to you, and then go to weight paint, one thing we'll see is if I select this bone, we've got that part. If I select this bone, we've got that part. And if I select this bone, we've got that part. And so we're just gonna, guess what? Blur. Like we like blurring. If you're wondering why this is as well, it's because the character actually has a very snake-like tongue. So we want, it's all squished up. So what we'll do eventually is actually bring it all out, and this is what will cause it to wiggle. And the rest of it should be assigned to the head. It is not. Oh, that's the chest. That's probably why. That's good. There we go. And so now what I want to do is just subtract. And then just blur it back out again. No, I want to blur it, Blender. Thank you. And there we go. Save my work. There we go. And so now, it'll still need set up in Unity. A lot of that will be setting it up in Unity and with shape keys. But we'll get towards that. Next up is the nose. So the nose... And what you'll notice is, like I said, I'm not clean with this weight paint when I'm just laying it in. It's better to get it down quickly and clean it up than it is just to spend a lot of time on like making sure it's absolutely perfect right away. Because otherwise I get bogged down and I start getting really slow with it. I didn't want to undo that. Just wanted to click on, yeah, there we go. And this one's a lot easier to show in action because now that nose will wiggle. Snoof, snoof. Sniff, sniff. Oh, pulls up a bit too much of the bottom lip there. Save my work again. There we go. Right, and we are wanting to, once again, go back to weight paint. Like I say, weight paint itself, it's never fun. It's never like, yay! But it can be enjoyable. It can be relaxing. So now when we go snoof, snoof. Snoof, snoof. Snoof. Yeah, it doesn't move the lips with it. Perfect. So, that, I actually think, is all of our bones sorted out. Perfect. That wasn't actually what I wanted. Is this what I wanted? So we might notice like those... Oh yeah, there's one thing I'm incredibly sorry. I have... He's over. Save my work. Right at this moment. Okay, there you go. So why that was doing that is just simply because I forgot... I'm a fool and forgot to grab this bone and this bone. And then parent them here. There we go. So boom. Okay. Ooh. What a... Rigging. Rigging is done. last thing to check. If I move that, if anything wasn't rigged left net at this point, it would have been shown by that. Our head can move. Remember, the head will move with the neck normally, so remember to keep those together. Ears were rigged. Hair's being rigged. Floof on the side has been rigged. Hands rigged, paws rigged, and... Oh, wait a sec. I just want to kind of clean up this crotch area a little, because I did rush it, because, funnily enough, Blender actually lost... can't blame Blender. I lost some of my work when I was working on this the first time, so just want to make that a bit harsher, is all. There we go. Just prefer it when that's actually a harsher edge. Rigging all done. Let's get this boat out and sail to sea. Yeah, there we go. Let's get him sailing. Let's this is it. We can send him away now. He gone. How to sail. But yeah, our rig's all complete now. And he can thank us for it. So, next up is gonna be, because the rig's now done, I'm now happy to get to the point where we can actually do the Furcards, which is what I know a lot of people have been waiting for. So I'm sorry if you've been waiting a while, but that rigging took a bit. Like I said, this is the thing with 3D models. It doesn't seem to take too long to make them, but it's all the technical stuff, it's all the setting up that actually eats into the time. It'll get even worse when we get to Unity and we actually start putting animators and stuff on it. But if any of you have been to the streams before, you'll have seen us in Unity more than Blender, to be honest, because I was doing a lot of porting jobs when I started again. Yay! Might still have to smooth. Might have to. I kind of wonder is gonna add. Oh, can't add another one there, but maybe add another edge loop around that area at some point. But yeah, I'm just the reason I'm thinking so hard about this is because I want to be very sure that I am ready to go to Furcards, because Furcards is kind of like, oh, hello, Lost Script, nice to see you again. But I just want to make sure that if I'm going to attack the Furcards, that I'm ready, because with the weight painting especially, if I put the Furcards on and then I start reworking them and then doing extra things, I'll add them more and taking it becomes more difficult. It's not impossible, but it just becomes difficult to work with. But I honestly think we're already good to go. So what I'll do, just in case anyone's, I might try and clip this part of it, but, or like get a cut of this part of the footage. But I'm just going to show you how to do Furcards. So. This is going to be a very basic one, but I'm just going to grab this section here. Let's grab that and pull that out.
I know it's the amount I want more than it. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I wanted that. Then I'm going to pull it back and I'm going to renormalize it just so it's all sorted. And then I'm going to pull it out again.
Okay, you two are coming with me every time.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now... To the end. Honestly, Lost Script, you don't have to stay for any length of time. I love seeing you here, but you are not... Again, no one is ever told that they have to stay. If you've got things to do or other places to be, go. Don't worry about it. So what I'm going to do... This is more just for demonstration, but we need to create a new material. And this one's going to be called Floof Texture. I'm just going to create an image real quick. No, actually I want to likely make this the same color as
The only thing is I'm never...
texture paint tool. I want to grab that blue and the hex code. There we go. I don't know why I duplicated the screen there when I didn't really need to. New, and we're going to create this. This is going to be a fairly large texture. Have you got to get going now, Daddy Dawid? Welcome. It's hope you had a lovely time, and you have a lovely night now. I mean, it's 11 p.m. here as well. I mean, actually in the UK, but I'm working. I was at my day job today, and I was just wanting to be doing this all day long. Floof texture. I mean, what we don't get done tonight will be done tomorrow, because tomorrow I'll be streaming at the usual time of 4 p.m. Always stream at 4 p.m. on Saturdays, Mondays, and Thursdays. Any other days are extra, but yeah, those days I'll always be working on. So I'm gonna make this the best unwrap you've ever seen. There we go. So if I now go to UV editor, open up floof texture, which I'm actually going to save right now, even though there's not much to it. So right now it's currently got the texture of the body on, so I actually need to assign floof texture. There we go. It's currently blue as well, but I'm just going to explain what... So you colour this in the right colour. That's one thing you need to do first. You need to actually colour it in first. So if I grab this brush here, it's going to take a while because that's actually pretty much a 4K thing it's drawing on, so it's going to lag out a little bit. So you'd add loads of these around the body. You need quite a few. Then, in fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to undo that just for a second. I'm just going to shrink this down to make it a more realistic size. So you'd have absolutely loads of these, and they'd all be unwrapped on this sheet, right? What you then do is there's a thing here called Blend Mix. If we click on this, we can actually see that there's two down here. Oh, wait a sec. I'm kind of like out of the way there. There we go. So if we click on there, we've got Mix here, and we've actually got two here. Erase Alpha and Add Alpha. If I click Erase Alpha, my brush, well, guess what? It will now erase alpha. So we just simply add floof bits in. And the reason this is so tedious is because you can see the brush shape there. So now I've got to go back, hit Add Alpha. I'll just make this blue just for this, just to show this. And just add that back in. And add that back in. Erase. Just go down there. And then go down there. And then go down there. And there we have it. One singular Furcard. But we blue. You love blue, don't you? But yeah, there we go. We've got one entire Furcard there. Brilliant. Now, if I go to mix and I go back to that color, the reason we've got to color it in first is because you can see there how it's slightly, like, you can add alpha back onto it, but we can't erase that off, and it gives a little bit of a weird thing. So you want to color this first. That is very important. You want to color it in first. I bet you could create a key command for that so it's easy to switch on. You probably could, but I'm not smart enough to do that. Like I said, I'm not a smart man. So, what I need to do now is I need to go around the entire body. Hands, please. I need to go around the entire body wherever I want these cards, add them first, then unwrap them, and then bring it all in. I do think, actually, with this, physical floof might be better. Long pop cam. I did say it was going to be on here if you behave yourselves, and you're not yeeting stuff at me at the moment, so you're doing pretty well. This chair is so...
I don't even want to think about it.
I kind of feel like I need to put something under this. Otherwise this is going to go
Nice one, my furry
Oh,
friend.
thank you for the follow there, Tasty Milk. Tasty Man. Tasty Man Milk. Hi, welcome. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist, mostly working with like VR chat and VC phase stuff. Welcome. I hope you're having a thing. I heard you yeet stuff. You are very... Don't yeet stuff at me. I'm sensitive. I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna kid...
I'm very exaggerated. It might
Where's
be
the
like
thing I don't
500
care
days.
about?
So it's like pretty high. Oh yeah, he's got like 1,700.
Ow.
I don't know. Oh my god.
Just for the time.
Thanks a good
No, my cables. I've got a really bad chair chat. I'm very unfortunately. Yeah. I'm just trying to get it so it sits right. So dragons threaten each other. I know my rig's probably breaking. I'm so sorry. It's like a nature documentary. How do dragons... Right. That's all well and good, but it needs to be closer. Okay, there we go. That'll have to do. Oh, no. Too far away. Move that there. Eh. Sorry about that, chat. Literally, my chair is like near death, and it's kind of like falling apart. Actual exercise there. There we go. Oh, I'm still too far away from the desk. Bring it in. There we go. Back. Dragon, the ultimate in pause check. There we go. My chair feels a little more stable now. Just did not want to fall off it. So let's colour that back in black. And what I want to do is I want to just literally go around them all. Whew. Ah! Pie. I've been pied. Oh, no, I didn't want to rotate it. I just wanted to pull it out. And clear seam. Oh, no, I want to mark that seam, just not that seam. Grab that. Genuinely like wrecked after that. My gosh, what a fight. Got a new chair coming though, so hopefully that should be all well and golden. And now, I want to just do pretty much the same on this side. Grab you, mirror. I want to grab you. Grab you out. Clear seam, and then redo your normals. Grab these bits, grab those. Clear for your seams. Grab it all more. Normals. And which ones did I grab? So grab one from behind the front. Okay, grab, and grab. Oh, wait a sec, is that too far back? No, that's actually where I grabbed it from. There we go. Goodbye. I'll keep your seat on. Bye, Doroki. Sorry, I didn't even realize you were gone there. Sorry. But have a lovely night, Doroki, if you're still here. And hey, Fire Truth, thank you for throwing something at my face. I really, really appreciate it. I'm just currently going wild on adding Furcards. Save my work and hydrate. Thank you. Grab me a bottle of water. Got me bottle of water. I'm not gonna lie, fighting with that chair has absolutely wiped me out. But yeah, let's grab. Now we want to grab ones on the shoulders. And you'll be maybe ask why. Why am I not just like mirroring these bits over and across? And it's simply because this is what I was on about. Now you'll see how I don't have to do anything with the painting of these hair cards. They're already just there and working. Maybe I actually want another hair card on there. So yeah, that's why we've done that. Might need to clean some of them up a little bit, but overall, just saves us a bit of work. So grab you. I'm not lying when I say this like could be one of the things that takes probably just as long as painting the entire body.
It was them that emoted me.
I kind of like doing them manually as well, because it means like two of them aren't going to be look exactly the same as well. It doesn't just look like a perfect mirror. Cade, big brain. Big brain Cade. Cade is not a smart man, but sometimes he thinks he is.
Play a cat girl in Final Fantasy.
See what I mean? Saves us a good amount of work in certain areas anyways. Why is that one weird? I throw things at you and you get more smart. Exactly! Throwing things at me makes me smarter, apparently. So let's do the same on this side. So let's grab use, mirror. Don't extend this time. Absorb the knowledge. You stop throwing things at me. I'm trying to work. Look, I give you beans. If you keep throwing things at me, the beans will go. And you're not the kind to raise to a challenge like that, are you? Are you, kid? Are you heading off on Orbity Fox? Hopefully, if you are. Hopefully, if you are. I don't hope you are. But if you are, hopefully you have a lovely time. Thank you for coming. You're always a pleasure. funny because normally I'm terrible at remembering people's names, but when I'm doing the Twitch stuff, I genuinely do remember who keeps popping into the chats and stuff. It's really nice. Oh, it's not that one I want, it's that one. There we go. And slowly but surely. I have to become a regular then? Do, Lou. Almost to 500 followers. Really? That's pretty awesome.
Nice one, my furry
And there's
friend.
another one. Hello. Hello, Gila Bender. Welcome. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist, mostly working with VR chat and VC face. Welcome. I hope you have a lovely time. And if you have any questions and such, feel free to ask them. I only occasionally comment on your... When I do, it feels good to even just... I like it. I try anybody who comments on any of my posts, so unless it's like obviously not a good comment, I try and like them all because I read every single comment I get. I spend an exorbitant amount of time on Twitter, and I probably shouldn't, but I do. So, but if anyone comments on me, I'm just a bit like, if someone's taken like 10 seconds out of their day to write me something, I'm like, I can spend the 1 second it takes because I can see the comment right now to press like on it, right? You know, that's just me. I'm not saying that should be expected from everybody, but that's just my own kind of personal ethos of just a bit like, I don't know. I like making people feel like if they've given me the time of day, I want to give them the time of day. Essentially just because I remember when I was a kid and I didn't get it a lot from other people, so... But I always tried, and now I'm kind of like, well, I want to do that still. Kids are mean. There we go. And these don't actually need to be shaped like floof. These can be like very, you know, all over the place. But... as long as they kind of follow the body, these should be fine. That one might need pulled in a little bit. Enjoy that. This is a commission? This is a commission, yes. This is a commission for Neoni. I'll show you. Oh. So we've got him, and that's the character back there. That's what we're actually working on. Oh, there we go. Bringing him into VR chat. Just realised his arms are a bit floofier as well than what I've given him credit for, so I might have to add some more. I'll maybe just go wild with the hair cards on this. I know it's going to take a while for us to do, but I kind of wonder how floofy a character can look with hair cards. Let's grab this bit and then that bit, because this is going to be the back. Grab that bit. Pull them out, pull them down. Then let's grab these three. If you're wondering what this is as well, where there's like where there's like these edges here and you're wondering what these are. These are what's called the normals. I did go over this in a previous episode. What is a stream? A previous stream. It's because my mind's thinking of like tutorial stuff. But what this is if I put on face, where are we at? Where are we looking at? Face orientation, there we go. So, faces have a top side and a bottom side. So this one, just make one massive floof card. Just make it all floof. So, some of these faces are upside down. Like, if I actually go back to our normal mode and turn that off, we can see that edge there looks alright, but this one looks a bit weird, and that one looks a bit weird. So what I'm doing is, if I go back to, where is it? Face orientation. What I'm doing is I'm selecting this face and then I'm hitting Shift and N. This is then recalculating what it thinks the normal should actually be. What's my hand doing? There we go. It's actually recalculating what it thinks it should be. So it is flipping it round. And we can just basically choose whether we want it inside or outside. But when it's the right way around, like it is now, it has that smooth edge. But inside, it'll have a hard edge. But that's fine, because that's where it should actually be. And so that's what I'm doing with these bits as well. Are you comfortable making characters with wings? I am. One of my favourite characters I've ever made, which is Sterling, was made, and he had wings. I actually really enjoyed experimenting around with him, because I managed to get like him to do wing hugs and stuff, and it was great. There we go. Maybe a bit overzealous pulling them out a little bit, but we can always edit this down. And like I say, a little bit of like off-centerness is actually not too bad.
It's me. Yeah.
Your son has 8 wings. Oh my gosh, that is a significant amount of wings. Actually going to add a tiny one to the front. Going to be very subtle. There's going to be one there as well. Actually, I think it might be better if it's a bigger one. Because I want him to be really floofy. It's going to take ages to set all this up, but, you know, it'll be worth it. Alright, we're going to have to put them on the tail and stuff, so what we're going to do... Ah!
Oh, fuck it.
Kid, we need a bee. Bee! What do you mean, a bee? Oh, you want more blue. Is that all your... Nick, there's more to life than just blue. Trust me.
Yeah, there was a few of us just really naked.
Oh. You know what? Let's just take it to the end of the tail as well. Make it real fluffy.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Oh, hello, Vaselie. Welcome. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist. I mostly work with Blender and VR Chat and VC Face, which is what I'm using here. Welcome. I hope you're having a lovely day, and if you have any questions, please do feel free to ask. Oh, did not want to do that. Hydrate. Give me a second. Grab my bottle. I think what I'll do is I'm going to model all the hair cards in, but I'm not actually going to paint them. I think we'll leave the paint till the stream tomorrow. But that just gives me time to kind of coordinate and think of what I actually want to do with it. And just so that we've got some stuff to bring you back tomorrow. Haha, it was all just a ruse to get you to come back to my stream tomorrow. Whoa, ha, 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 ha. I'm evil. Evil Durgan. Right. And then just to bring it in a little bit. Wait, why is it off to the side? It's off to the side, isn't it? There we go. There we go. Like I say, we're gonna have to paint all of these in individually. That's kind of how it is.
I don't even have some.
So, pull that out. Yeah, because mirror isn't working anymore.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Oh, hello, Doc versus Thistle. Welcome. Welcome to the chat. I'm Cade. I'm a furry 3D artist. I mostly work with VR Chat and VC Face. Welcome. I'm a Cade. Should the floof... would you prefer it to be physical, Neo? Because I was going to try Furcards, but if you want it to be physical, I can do physical. It's just going to really ramp up the poly count. But yeah, probably. I mean, I've done this before. Let me bring it up. We'll have a look at how it looks. Sketch Fab. Because Sterling was the last one that I worked on. And if we actually have a look, once it loads up, he had the same sort of thing. You can see the fur cards there on his neck. That was kind of the approach I was going to go for. But if you want it to be more physical, I mean, one that I did have quite a good thing with physical stuff on was Famuki. Now, it's not the exact style that you probably want on yours. But if you're wanting it really sort of plush, we can do that kind of style. And that actually works quite well. We could do something very similar to that. Is there any that I've actually just done regular floof around the neck on? I don't know if I actually have just done any regular one. Oh, there was a Ryan Freelancer as well. This one worked really well because it was more of a sort of suit that the floof goes down. We could do something similar to that if you would like. And that's actually quite manageable to do as well. That's actually quite good to... Because my only thinking is when we've got like... we go to the reference. When we've got all this floof kind of coming out here, you lose a lot of definition of the shape of the head. Yeah, the hair cards aren't going to be enough. It is going to be physical. So... Yeah, because we could have it so where it kind of comes from pretty much around the back of here. It gets bigger as it comes round. And sort of like comes down here and actually fills into here. Yeah, I think that would be the way I want to do it. But, I mean, I am hitting nearly midnight here, so... Any more fur cards? Do you want any fur cards on the chin, or are you happy leaving the chin kind of more kind of like this, where it's kind of smooth, or do you want like something like what I've got on my chin? No, that wasn't what I wanted to do. It's up to you. Chin good smooth. Okay, sweet. Move me down there. Relegate me back to where I belong. There we go. My bean's getting bigger. Chat. Leap motion. My hand is here. Thank you. Are they getting bigger? What do you have on it? I do, yeah. I actually have fur cards on my chin. It's a long one that goes along the side of it. And that kind of gives me that like sort of like beard look. That's just what I like. I know not everybody likes that, so I ask... Like I say, I want to make sure people like them for... Yeah. If we're not having things, I might add a couple more bits of fur. I think we just need to add a load more physical fur around this section here, and then bring that down. Bring it round here. Bring it round here. It's actually... Yeah, so I have like fur that kind of comes across here. And kind of filters in like that, essentially. Could even have it so it's like floofy round here as well. Something like that, I'm thinking. That's probably the approach I'll probably go for with that. Because I want to kind of fill in... Because when we're looking at him up front here, we've got quite a lot of empty space here. Like this bit here. Like, this shape I'm not too keen on. It's like it feels just like this bit's entirely empty. So I want to bring that in the fur cards. I was thinking that would be cool, but I don't think we're actually going to get the definition we need. I do want to put a couple more fur cards on the actual... Just randomly here. Some on the knees, got some down there. I feel like we need some on the side here as well, actually. Nope. Oh dear, I didn't want to actually select that bit up there. Grab that. There we go. go. Grab this.
Okay. Okay, well. Just follow 8 days to get it to my phone.
That bit, grab that bit. These bits. Kid is a good drag. Oh, thank you, Nick. I'm glad people like my dragon. Stop bringing up bloody one password. There we go. So we were gonna go like fully wild with like the Furcards. I wonder, are the tips of the... No, so the tips of the ears aren't actually that floofy. There's a lot more down the back, actually. Maybe not that.
Still struggling around because he's speeded up a bit lately. No, like even the do you put the bar like bar thing. Like it's not
That should be enough for it. Guess who just figured out how to do a front view? Huzzah! Hey! Who would make a better... No, I wouldn't make a better red panda. I'm a cute dragon. Let me be a dragon. There are many red pandas, but I am not one of them. And Nick, you're not even red, you're blue. Honestly, I think he is going to be one hecking floofy boy. That is the scientific term I hope you all recognize. Hecking floofer. Join us. No! Dragon. Let me be dragon. I like being dragon. So, I don't think I can realistically add many more fur cards, and if I do, I'm going to go absolutely... I'll lose it when I'm coming to paint these, because I've got to paint all these by hand. Like, there's no automated process of this. I mean, technically, I could draw the things out, the shapes out, and then just map them over the top of them. But when I've done that in the past, it's never looked quite that nice. So I like doing them all by hand, but it means I'm doing them all by hand. So it's a fairly significant amount of work. So I think I'm going to call it there. And for now, just so you can see it, Bean Cam is done. We're done with bean cam. You've had...
Yeah.
Okay, bean cam is back. I don't want the box again, please. You can have bean cam, it's fine.
But now
But I'll move him over to the side a bit, just so we can see him. So, what have we done today? We've went from having a very basic jank rig that didn't really have everything on it to everything being on it. It literally took about 3 hours or so, 3.5 hours for us to actually set up.
the boss.
But he now is fully rigged.
I don't know if I have any problems.
He's got like wiggly ears, look. Look if I get rid of all this. Ignore the tongue moving. That won't actually move. Wiggly. And as you can see, we're getting every day we're getting a little closer to him being a final model. You're laughing. Like yeah, you put a box on my head. I was like, I want to get rid of Cade Bean, and then you're like, box. Give you a wave. Hi, Ravi. Hope you're having a lovely day. But yeah. So I'm gonna move Bean Cam over here though for now. Bean can go down there. So we're gonna add the physical floof. I think I was trying to go save my work. That's actually a damn good call. So we're gonna add physical floof. I was gonna try with the hair cards. I was gonna try a fancy schmancy way of doing it, but I don't think it's actually gonna work because there's a lot more floof than what I was thinking. So we're gonna add the Orion freelancer kind of style. I'll see if there's a way I can modernize it a little bit, but we'll add this sort of style of floof to him as well. What we'll do after that is get these hair cards painted, and I can already tell you, just since I know how long it takes, that will be an entire stream. Just adding that floof and adding that in, that'll probably be tomorrow's entire job. After that, it is then adding Vismes, which is the mouth movements, expressions, and then pretty much porting him to VR chat. That's nearly as done with the first part of the model. Once I've got a good successful port, at least a first initial one, to VR chat, what we'll then do is actually model the jacket that needs to go on him. And once that's all done, we'll add toggles and such so that it works in VR chat, and that'll be all that good. But tomorrow, 4 o'clock is when I start the stream, so in about 16 hours from now, we'll be coming back to do more of that work in the Furcards. Now, I might actually get a bit more done if I can still hang on after the Furcards. I'm saying that it might actually take us like an hour or so to sort them out. It's just, I know it's very tedious. I normally like watch YouTube and stuff while doing it because it's just a very, you go back, forth, back. It's quite, but it pairs off. It makes it look a lot fluffier, and it's not that poly heavy. For example, the base model had 40,000 polys.
Nice one, my
We've
furry
only added
friend.
1,000 polys via adding all those fur cards, and it's going to make the model look a hell of a lot floofier. Hello, meat spheroid. just a sphere of meat. Doesn't describe what type of meat. It's just a big sphere of meat. Welcome. I'm Cade. I'm a 3D artist, a 3D furry artist that does VR chat and VC face stuff. Welcome. I am about to end the stream, but of course, if you have any questions, do feel free to ask at any point in any of the stream. But yeah, so we've added beans. Beans were successfully added to the rig. Like I said, the entire rig was done. So tomorrow's stream, add physical floof to the neck, rig it to the body. Does polycount affect if something can be uploaded? It does. We're currently at 41,000. That's actually not too bad. We have up to 70,000 polys to play with. And we can go pretty wild with that, to be fair. So, and honestly, you don't actually have a lot of hair. So, to be honest, I don't know all this physical floof down here. I don't know why I was worried about that, because in my head, I was like, oh, we've still got the hair up here, but there's like 4 bits. So, so we'll add some more physical floof coming around from the back and over here, and we'll see how that all looks.
Yeah.
Other than that,
Hey,
let's put him in perspective mode. Shall we? Is rigged. Because this will make it look a bit nicer.
I'll have the name Carol Bowie or in my opinion, that are like odd. Probably not so much as probably not more, especially like Emma, the bad one. Yeah, I don't know what it's like. My, it has a map. Well, it gets an entire ball.
Excuse me.
In rap, it's like they have a whole
That's
where you have to apply and emulate and then do cast incinerate until you get
boom. The intense pausing. Boom. My PC is pretty beefy because she can handle it. It's all well fine that if your PC can handle it, but it's more for other people and stuff as well. So there's that. So there we go. Neo, at his current point. Obviously a very quick pause there, not much really refinement, but all there, all working. We've done. I quite like it. I'm getting to the point. There's a point eventually where you start being like, I actually really like how this character looks. I think I'm starting to get there now with him. Like, can you have a picture? I'll do a proper render for you once we're all done, because obviously, then again, let's. I can give you that. But because obviously at the minute he's not actually got, you know, any proper fur on him. It's all still harsh. It's very early on. But I'm gonna drop that to you, Neo. There. Have it. Check your Discord. Boom. So yeah, we're getting like we're getting this thing. This makes me more excited when you take more comms soon. It's gonna be fun. I've still got another 2 comms to do after this one. No, sorry, I might have a 3rd one as well, but there's 2 definite ones, and we'll see what we get in the next batch to what we get to work with. I'm doing great. I'm glad. And one thing, Neo, I was going to give to you, because we've waited a while, because obviously I fell ill, and I wasn't meant to be ill, and I'm doing that jacket for you. But one thing I might do, I did notice you mentioned it the other day, I kind of want to do a little reference sheet for you, so they don't take too long for me to set up. We can do a little reference sheet with you with the 3D model. So, yeah. Is it alright if you... Yeah, send me your character, Lou. That's no problem at all. I'd like having looked at it. There is a Discord as well in the... If you're on Twitch desktop, there's actually a Discord down below. If you want to join there, there's like a load of us. So I know that's a bit of self-promotion. Or no. But if you want to drop it in there, feel free. Or you can just DM me on Twitter. I'm not one of these that gets like really annoyed when people DM me on Twitter or something like that. But yeah, there we go. I'm getting happy. I'm quite happy with how he's looking. Yeah. There is one oh, there was one thing I did notice that I'm going to quickly change. I noticed it because yesterday I was actually watching my own stream call that sad, but I just noticed that I wanted this to be a bit rounder. There we go. See, look how much of an improvement that has just made just by making that a little rounder. Yes! Actual powerful brows. Oh, thank you there for Chaos for the Discord link.
Kind of like a hunter is now.
But yeah, I'm fairly happy with that. So yeah, I know I've pretty much broke it down a few times, but tomorrow's stream, what's likely to happen, physical floof and the actual painting of the floof cards. That'll probably be it. After that, it'll be... After that, like I say, it'll be the Visemes, and it will be pretty much all the expressions, all the extra stuff, you know, like, you know, the whole getting angry with your chat, and when the stream is over, it's a sad time. But yeah, how much you want for modeling? I take commissions. Commissions should be open up on September 10th. If everything goes right. Expressions, you say? Yes, it's going to be an expressive boy. I'm pretty much going to put... I'm including this in the price now. I used to separate expressions off completely, but now, going forward, on every single model, I'm going to be putting happy, sad, joy, and angry on every model, because I feel like those are the basic ones, and with those expressions, you can kind of get away with anything. Obviously, there's extra ones, such as this one, but you know, just go away with like that sort of thing. Other than that, I think we're done for tonight. So thank you everyone who joined. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for just being here and enjoying it. Thank you to the lurkers. Just thank you. I love you all. You're great. And as a reward, like I say, you got Beancam for free for ages. So don't say I'm not a generous dragon. But yeah, I hope you all have a lovely night. I hope you all have a lovely time. I am now going to have a look and see who we can raid, if there is anybody on things. Last thing, how about the mouth sync? That'll be the Visemes. That's when I'm talking about the Visemes. That'll be probably not in the next stream, but the stream after that. That's quite closer to the things. And there's one last hydrate. Let me hydrate, and then we're going to have a look and see if there's any other artists or such or ready to raid. Don't worry, Neo, I'm not going to leave you without any, like, Visemes or anything to talk with. That'd be mean. Oh, yes, here's this really cool model, but you can't talk. He has to just stay silent. So, let's go and have a look and see who is there to raid. So, this guy raided me early on when I was really small and actually helped me grow a little bit. So there's a guy called Kexi. He's streaming Dead by Daylight. It's not art, but this guy helped me out when I was just starting out with streaming, and I owe it to him to raid him. Because, you know, I want to be nice to the people that, again, people who are nice to me, I want to be nice to me. So it is a game, but again, I owe him this. So we're going to be raiding Kexi. Kexi is also a Russian Brit, so he speaks both fluent Russian and British. It is amazing. But yeah, it's Dead by Daylight. I know it's not exactly art, but again, I owe it to him. And who was that follow? Orinoxide. Thank you for the follow. So we're going to start this raid. So obviously, I hope you all have a lovely time. Like I said, you're all being great, apart from when you throw things at me and put boxes on my head. But let's go and raid Kexi. Yay!